Good evening. Can you all hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thrilled. Since 2015, our district has engaged in taking time every month to recognize those who are leading and contributing significantly in our district. I'm going to invite Teresa Camitas to now speak to our Pride Award. And we have members this evening who have joined us, and we are excited to welcome them and to have the board recognize them here in our monthly board meeting.
Yes, so board, if you could join us in the middle here. So as Dr. Calgatti mentioned, this is a program, the Pride program stands for Proudly Recognizing Individuals Demonstrating Excellence, and was started by the board in 2015. We want to thank our generous district partners, Serve Bank, Huntington Learning Center, Chick-fil-A, and Culver's for helping make this program a success. We'd also like to thank all of those who nominate individuals for consideration of these awards. Awardees, tonight, as your name is called and we share your nomination, please come forward and be greeted by the board and Dr. Calgatti. We'll begin tonight by congratulating our February and March Teachers of the Month. For February, Jill Bean, a language arts teacher from Plank Junior High. Jill is the epitome of professional and caring to her core. She goes out of her way to make all students valued and welcome. And making the extra effort to get to know them as a person, she quickly becomes a favorite of many students. Everyone is welcome in her classroom and recognized. Ms. Bean is the first to check in on her colleagues. For new teachers, she regularly takes personal time to make and share materials, along with guidance to encourage smooth and successful transitions. Her creativity and personality are a credit to her, to the profession of an educator, and to Plank Junior High School. Congratulations, Jill. Next, we welcome up Katie Belvoski, drama theater teacher from Oswego East High School. Next up, we welcome Diane Johnson, kindergarten teacher from Long Beach Elementary School. Ms. Johnson consistently goes far above and beyond, and she does so effortlessly. The needs of students are placed above all else, and she stops at nothing to ensure that everyone has what they need to be successful. Diane's classroom management is amazing. Her ability to build relationships and pivot fluidly to accommodate the diverse needs of students this year is impressive. Going the extra mile would be a gross understatement for Ms. Johnson, and others are honored to work alongside of her. Congratulations, Diane. Next up, our March winners. We ask Tim Tiviani, the business teacher from Oswego High School. Tim is in his 20th year of teaching at Oswego High School, and he's also been a member of the boys basketball coaching staff. As a teacher, Tim is loved by his students and one of the kids' favorites. He also runs the Panther Credit Union, teaching kids about finances. As a basketball coach, Tim spends countless hours at practice, games, reviewing videos, all in hopes of making his players better people and not just better basketball players. Tim is a great example of someone that goes the extra mile for his school, his students, and his players. He does it all with a smile and never asks for any recognition. We thank you, Tim. Next up, Anna Marie Cantos, fourth grade teacher from Hunt Club. Mrs. Contos has been the most amazing fourth grade teacher. She goes above and beyond for her students, pushing them to do their very best and helping them keep their love of learning. She also works hard in helping make students mentally prepared for taking tests, reaching out and keeping parents up to date on everything, and truly caring about her students' well-being and education. She truly is an amazing fourth grade teacher, and we thank you. Congratulations. Michaela Matthias, kindergarten dual language teacher from Boulder Hill. She is described as a modern version of a Mary Poppins. She's truly an amazing teacher. Teaching kindergarten is perfect for her because she's so welcoming, and students have the most amazing and engaging experience entering their school system. She goes above and beyond for her students, always in communication with students and parents, and cares for their well-being, whether that be their educational, mental, or physical well-being. We want to say thank you and congratulations. At this time, we invite any of our building administrators who are present here this evening to come forward and join our awardees as we take a photo with the board. HR, don't look. Don't look. I just said HR, don't look.
I will say not on the table.
Congratulations, teachers. Next up, we're going to begin awarding our amazing support staff winners. Awardees, again, after your name is called, please come forward to be congratulated by the board and Dr. Calgatti. Starting off with our February winners. First, we're going to start with Tommy Beetzel from Transportation. Tommy's a dispatcher and has been an integral part of the transportation team since February of 2023. From the beginning, he has demonstrated a remarkable level of enthusiasm and dedication towards his role as a dispatcher. His willingness to assist his colleagues and his infectious smile makes him a valuable asset to the team. Tommy has exhibited exceptional potential for growth and development, and his patience in assisting schools and parents with transportation information is commendable. We have no doubt he will continue to excel with the department and eagerly anticipate witnessing his future accomplishments. Congratulations. We welcome up Yolanda Sanchez, Special Education Teaching Assistant from Wolf's Crossing. As a first-year teacher in the STARS program, Yolanda was described as a godsend. She's the backbone of the classroom, dependable, firm, yet gentle and hardworking. She follows the teacher's lead and goes above and beyond to make sure the classroom is running smoothly and students are working to achieve their personal best. She arrives early to help set up the classroom and takes materials home to prep. She has a special bond with the students and knows when they need time to process, when they need a star chart to incentivize, or when they just need a hug. She pushes the students and encourages them. You can always be counted on, Yolanda, and we want you to know how much we appreciate you. Congratulations. Next up is Maria Sosa, our custodian from our maintenance department. Maria cleans several buildings around the district. Her smile, her positive attitude, and willingness to pitch in is appreciated. She works hard to get to know people and remembers special things about them, which is hard given how many locations she goes to. We love seeing her wear school spirit shirts and talk about the things going on around the district. In a role that can be difficult, Maria always approaches each messy situation with a smile. When she comes in, she brings a bit of sunshine with her, and we're always so happy that she's here. Maria really lives out the values of SD308. Thank you. Our March winners begin with Mr. Gabriel Torres, building engineer from Long Beach. Not here this evening? Okay. Next, Kathleen Matza, special education teaching assistant from Transition Center Pathways. And Kristen Whittle, special education teaching assistant from Lakewood Creek Elementary School. Kristen has a natural ability to work with children, possessing a remarkable ability to connect with students and staff, creating a supportive and nurturing atmosphere in the classroom. She quietly goes above and beyond to ensure that every student feels valued and understood, fostering a sense of belonging that greatly enhances the overall educational experience for everyone. Her calm and reassuring communication skills are such a great asset to the overall success of every classroom that she's in throughout the day. She's able to identify the strengths and challenges of each student, providing personalized assistance that promotes academic growth and confidence. All the students who know Ms. Kristen love her and are excited to show her when they succeed at a task within the classroom. She's always there to cheer them on and praise every accomplishment, big or small, and tonight we say congratulations to you. Again, we'll invite up any of our building administrators who are here tonight to join us for a photo.
Close your eyes, Raphael.
That's workers' comp.
Don't fall. One final round of applause for tonight's winners. Congratulations, everyone.
Y'all did great.
I want to thank the Communications Department for their, and the Human Resource Department for the organization of our Pride Awards, and also all the sponsorship we received for this. So thank you to both departments for really helping honor the best in our district.
We'll move on to public comment now. So on behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to thank the public for attending tonight's meeting. We value the feedback we receive from our residents and encourage everyone to take an active interest in their public school system. Residents interested in speaking to the Board of Education this evening are asked to have completed a comment card and provided it to the secretary to the board. When the secretary calls your name, I ask that you step to the microphone, state your name for the public record, and provide your feedback. In order to hear from as many as possible, comments tonight have been limited to 3 per subject, 3 minutes per person, for a total of 30 minutes. So after we have heard from that segment of public comment, we will then take as many additional comments that have been submitted until our 30 minutes have elapsed. Comments should address the Board of Education as a whole and not be directed to an individual board member, audience, or staff. The board does not participate in public comment, and follow-up to your questions and concerns will be addressed by administration through the contact information provided on the comment card. Thank you.
Kate Coxworth.
Can you hear me? Is it working? Okay. Hello, my name is Kate Coxworth. I'm an industrial broker. I was here last June speaking to you guys on behalf of the Caris project in Montgomery, Illinois, right up the road. I just wanted to come back. We've been having some discussions, and as the project has been going forward, we are still trying to finalize our incentive package. and we are here to hopefully answer any questions that you guys might have, although I understand that you cannot interact with me, but I'll try to get some information out there that maybe you might not have already, or cover some things that hopefully, if we'll just play by ear. You can let me know. So I understand that Trustee Bowman met with a couple people today. The Village of Montgomery has been very helpful with this project. I think some of the disconnect on the incentive piece might have come from, there's been a lot of staff changes, both from an incentive perspective at Montgomery, as well as you guys have had some staff changes. As you guys have noticed, I'm sure, we have a building that's going up right now in Montgomery that we're really excited about. It's home to Ravago. It's 500,000 square feet right now. That's phase one of what they have planned at that site. It's supposed to be up to 1.1 million square feet when they're done. And we hope that they continue here because they're a fantastic company. And they have over 325 locations throughout the world. They're one of the biggest plastic pellets distributor in the world. I think they do like 65% of all plastic resin pellets. It's a great company. They really like the communities that they go into, and they want to stay for a long time. The amount of money that they're putting into this project so far would take far more than the 10 years that we're asking for an abatement to cover the cost, far more. And they have really identified this area as somewhere where they want to be. So we think that that's all really positive. We also have 100 acres left to the north, and that is something that the developer is looking to put into production as soon as possible. Truth be told, we actually have 3 people looking at the site right now. All of them understand kind of where we are with incentives, and none of them will go forward until we understand what the situation is. So we are asking if there's any way we can either have a more formal conversation. We'd love to talk to the board directly about it. But we're just really looking to try to figure this out as quickly as we can so that we can put all this into production and get the full site going, because I think that in that situation everybody wins, because that's all taxable dollars then, instead of having just remaining farm field for a long period of time. Trying to see what else I can talk to you here. So I know there's been a lot of numbers that have been thrown around, but I think that there are a lot of positives to this project. There's a lot of new infrastructure that wouldn't be there already. Part of that is just because of some projects that Montgomery had planned. I know that there's a new water situation that's happening in the early 2030s, and we are oversizing pipe so that that project is able to be carried a little further west and able to benefit the entire community. We are really aiming to bring in world-class businesses to be here. These incentives go towards the businesses, just so you guys understand that, and not the developer. We're not asking on behalf of the developer. It's really to get the best companies that we can.
Thank you, Kate.
Sure.
Dominic Carbonari.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My name is Dominic Carbonari. I'm Kate's partner at JLL. Again, here on behalf of JLL and Karis. What I like to do is not talk about the incentives so much as to talk about the marketplace and how the marketplace has shifted for these occupiers and what that means for you, the community, and how being a little bit more attractive with an incentives program can change these 3 options we have. They've paused. We're kind of said, once you figure this out, it'll go into our analysis and we'll go forward from there. Being different matters today when you're marketing these projects. Chicago's a different marketplace now. The demand has shifted. It's not like it was 18, 24 months ago. So to be more attractive to these sites, to have increased infrastructure to help produce for them today and then tomorrow in the unknown, that all comes down and means a lot to the community. Furthermore, as we invest in the community with these businesses, they're going to input all this infrastructure. They're going to be able to market the Orchard Road piece for more retail and commercial businesses, which will continually drive, more foot traffic through the community and increase the exposure of Montgomery in general. So, it's not just it is a 10-year program, but the investment, to Kate's point about Ravago and the other two infrastructures, they're not just warehouses where there's fork trucks and trucks coming in and out. This is manufacturing. This is, you know, the inside the box investment is for the next 50 years. It's not for the next 10 years. And so that's what really matters, and that's what the visions of these companies that we're seeing. These companies, we can't mention these three names, but these names that you're all familiar with or have seen, you know, their vehicles going down the street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Kennedy.
Hello again. If you don't mind picking up the sheet here that we prepared this evening. Just to recap where we kicked off a couple of weeks ago talking about the exciting sport of lacrosse, but more importantly, an opportunity for our youth for something new, a new opportunity. We uncovered a couple of barriers that were brought up diligently from the last meeting, and we wanted to focus tonight on how we found solutions for those barriers, and most notably, the financial one. How do we get opportunities for our students in a creative way that engages our community? And happy to announce, if you turn the page over, an exciting announcement from Epic Lacrosse, which is one of the national leaders. They actually support the Professional Lacrosse League, has selected Oswego for our discount partner for all of the equipment outside of the helmets. This is a tremendous opportunity and one that I work directly with the CEO. He sends his congratulations directly to all of us and commends us on the planning that has gone into this. So it's really a testament to the people that you'll hear speak tonight that kind of joined me in this effort. But I also want to highlight the dynamics around when we look at costing, getting to true numbers. There were some numbers thrown out at the last meeting that simply aren't accurate, right? It's not $35,000. In this case, it was $25,000 when we got the quotes back. Well, the $25,000 between the boosters and our sponsors, and more importantly, in my mind, our community stakeholders, those dollars have now been taken care of. So finances are not a barrier that could have been there. And actually something for us all to consider is those barriers moving forward for other sports, or even looking back in the rearview mirror at some of the sports today that have financial barriers. How can we raise money in the community to address some of the athletic fees, for example? I'll also let you all know that we took into account the education component, and I know one of the other members of the boosters will talk more about that. In the spirit of these anxious other members of the lacrosse team behind me, I'll turn my time over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean McClure.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean McClure, and I was here a couple weeks ago with Chris as well as some other fathers to talk about the lacrosse program. And we listened and walked away with some things that we felt we needed to think about, some effort and energy that we needed to put into things, which obviously, as you see here on this sheet, we have done that. And when I look at youth today, my son being one of them, I never played lacrosse. I never had the opportunity to play lacrosse. I had an opportunity when I was a resident here in Oswego, which I have been for over 20-some years. And the coach through the Park District program, which was right here in the Oswego Park District, said, "Will you help coach?" And I said, "I know nothing about lacrosse." He goes, "That's all right, we'll teach you." So I learned the sport with my son at a very young age. I learned to coach many kids from the age of kindergarten up to 3rd grade. Then I turned them over to someone that played the sport and knew the sport. And on the education piece, I think our district has put ourselves in a good position to expand the sport offerings. And when you look at the sport of lacrosse, Oswego Park District is now offering youth lacrosse again this spring in a collaboration with East Ave, which is the program my son plays with. True Lacrosse has also been here for 2 clinics, which I think most people weren't even aware of those clinics because they weren't really publicly advertised and there wasn't a lot of sharing of information, but we had a good turnout in the first 2 sessions. And I think when you look at our spring sports, there's sports that will cut kids, and what do we have as an alternative if they get cut? What if they don't make the team for, say, volleyball? What's their other options out there? Track, maybe. What about lacrosse? Maybe it's another offering that our kids could consider. And I look at the kids that maybe get cut from a program, that's a tough feeling to walk away from a sport. And I'm hopeful that when we get lacrosse in Oswego, that we're in a position where we not only fill a roster, but maybe we'll get to that point where we have to consider having a cap on the number of kids. We've thought about that, and we've talked to True Lacrosse, which is another company that offers youth programs in the area, they'd be willing to grab those kids and help them in the off season learn the sport, get them educated on the sport, and get them ready for the next season. We can take this a step further and look at our physical education program. We could take all of our elementary schools, introduce a session of lacrosse with tennis balls and lacrosse sticks in the gymnasium. Very simple, it's called wall ball. We could build the future generations for our lacrosse program through the physical education program in combination with the Park District assets, whether it be East Ave or True Lacrosse. But these are fundamental things that as a community, I would love to see us come together and not look at this as just a high school sport for today, but for generations ahead. And I look at my youngest son who plays OYTF football. I got 9 seconds. He loves that sport, but he also loves lacrosse. So in the spring, he'll be here trying out for lacrosse one of these days. But again, I appreciate your consideration of bringing lacrosse to Oswego so we can compete with some of these neighboring communities and build a program that is known for Oswego. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enzo Marasco.
Hello, my name is Enzo Morosco. I'm a student at Traver Junior High School. I've never played the sport of lacrosse, but I enjoy like the thought of playing it someday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Schultz.
I think it's on already.
All right, I would like to speak, I'm Kelly Schultz. I would like to speak in behalf and support of the math interventionists that were hired in the non-title elementary buildings with ESSER funds. As we all know, those funds will no longer be available to us this year, and I've been lobbying to anybody who will listen to me all year in support of these interventionists. The interventionist at Churchill, who services over 60 children a year, has made a difference in our math test scores, student achievement, performance in the classroom, and more importantly, these students are more visibly confident and performing and participating more in class. They have found a fresh love for learning in math. I strongly advocate for these interventionists and hope that the administration and the school board will actively continue to secure funds to continue this position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Norman Veal Jr.
Hello, my name is Norman Veal. I currently attend Traver Junior High School, and I'm playing basketball. I look forward to playing basketball in high school, but I also feel like lacrosse should be included in high school sports because it also would have an impact on people who never played the sport before or people who's more passionate about the sport.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Earl Holmes.
Good evening. Earl Holmes. I have got 4 children that play sports in the village of Oswego, ages from 13 all the way down to 6, 2 in Trauberg and 2 in Prairie Point. My wife and I both serve on the board for the Oswego Bears football and cheer organization. She is the director for cheerleading and I'm the director for recruiting. We've worked heavily with that organization and other organizations in Oswego to bring on co-op partnerships with Pure Motion and then other businesses throughout the community. We've done recruiting in schools, in sports, and then in our neighborhood. And I'm here to support bringing lacrosse to Oswego as well. I've heard rumblings from parents, from moms, from coaches around the limited options that some of the kids have, especially when they get to 6th grade. There's not many options for sports. I think track and I think wrestling is it. And then from when you start looking at some of the villages that surround Oswego, Naperville, Plainfield, and they've got a program like lacrosse, I think it's a great, great option for some of our kids that 1, play sports, and then 2, for options for the kids that don't really play sports to give them some education around what it means to play lacrosse. So some of the things that we've done with the Bears so far around recruiting and partnerships with some of these co-ops, I don't see any reason why we can't take that same dynamic that we've done with them and bring it to something like lacrosse here in Oswego. I fully support the vision for Chris and Sean to bring Oswego to, or to bring lacrosse to Oswego, and I appreciate the time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brianna McKinley.
Hi there, I'm Brianna McKinley. Lacrosse sounds really nice, by the way. I think some Boulder Hill kids might like that as well. But I'm not here to talk about lacrosse. I am currently the school psychologist at Boulder Hill Elementary School. I take great pride in representing this school that's become my second home for the past 7 years. I've always been very fully vested in the students at Boulder Hill. I don't know if I can do it, but we have a lot of amazing people and initiatives at Boulder Hill. But we have a lot of barriers right now, and we need some help. So in order for help to happen, we need to look at some of the things that can help us. So one of them is overcrowding. So we have a very high mobile rate at Boulder Hill, and we have a lot of overcrowding, and we have a lot of students who are not getting what they need. A lot of the kids that come to our school are merging in a lot of their pre-readiness skills. You can see this from Mastery Connect data from kindergarten screeners. A lot of the kids that come in, it's just a different playing field, and we need to help them. And so I'm hoping that maybe looking at some redistricting within our district or within our boundaries, such as the Montgomery Place apartments. There's about 70 students who have had a lot of bus issues this year as well. There's 5 elementary schools that are closer in mileage that maybe they can they'd be able to go to one of those schools. That way their bus route's not as long because they're also really hungry and exhausted. They pass the Wheatlands, Long Beach, Churchill, Homestead, and Wolves Crossing. The second barrier is the kids are not getting what they need, and I just want them to get the things that they need. Sorry, this is going to be really hard for me, but I've served this district for 7 years, and I just want the kids to succeed. Another thing too is we had a 3rd admin position posted, and it's not posted anymore. It was posted in November, December, and it was never filled, and we really would benefit from a 3rd administrator to help us with crisis, with access testing, because we have the dual language program, and that takes a lot of proctoring, and it would also help with some of the student discipline. So I'm sorry that I got really emotional tonight, but thanks for allowing me to speak with you. And I just encourage you to continue to visit Boulder Hill regularly and have discussions with all those teachers and TAs and administrators, because you guys have a lot of power. And I want you to be able to help the staff and the community of Boulder Hill.
Thank you.
Sarah Diaz.
Hello, my name, is it on? Yeah? Okay. Hello, my name is Sarah Diaz Perez. I come today as a concerned parent and frankly also a fed up parent. I also come to speak on behalf of all our students, but in particular our Black and brown students. You see, I have a problem when my child cannot use the school bathroom without being stopped and unreasonably searched on his way out because the bathroom smelled like marijuana. My child's rights are being violated when it is not a situation of individual suspicion because there are 3 or 5 other kids in the bathroom. These searches are unreasonable. How are we sure unconscious bias isn't happening or children are not being subjected to unreasonable search and seizure? Are we here really for the benefit of the students and seeing them graduate high school? Or are we here to police all day and lose focus on what is most important? Because for what I can see, District 308, or as we go east, high school is part of the problem we have across this country with the school to prison pipeline. Are we not aware that the ones mostly affected by this are Black and brown students or those with disabilities? Many times, these searches are invasive and violate the rights of our students. Is this a school where our students can come to learn, or a place where they have to face the uncertainty that they will be searched again because unconscious bias is in play? I know there is the thought that these searches are here to protect our children, but are they really doing that overall, or are they just causing more damage than good by causing anxiety and other lifelong major mental health disorders, trauma when being done so loosely? And I can say this as someone who personally lived through this damage, through this overly policing behavior that it causes. Another concern I have is our students being used to give statements against other students and losing class time because of this. Why do we have cameras in the school? Shouldn't this be sufficient? Or shouldn't, at the very least, students who are not personally involved have a choice to participate or not? These tactics are being done since elementary school in District 308. I feel this causes unnecessary trauma onto our youth that will then become lifelong trauma. There has to be other ways of handling these issues in a less invasive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Gillia.
Hi, I'm a student at Trauber Junior High, and I play volleyball. And I don't play lacrosse, but I would like to give lacrosse a chance, so I hope that you vote for lacrosse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ty Kennedy.
Hi, my name's Ty Kennedy. I currently am an 8th grader at Trauber Junior High, and I'm also here to talk on behalf of the possible sport of lacrosse in the SD308 district. I've been playing lacrosse for, I think, 3 years now, and the game just brings joy to my life. It's amazing. I love playing it. And I actually just came here from trying out for the volleyball team at Trauber Junior High. And there were over 40 people, I think, who tried out for the volleyball team. And only 16 people ended up making the team. So that's much over half of the people. And those kids, they might not have anything to do now that volleyball is out of the picture for them. So I just think that bringing lacrosse to the district and the high schools would be just an amazing opportunity, like Mr. McClure had said previously. So I hope that you guys will give it a chance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Allie Werto.
Hi, I'm Allie Wertel, and I'm a student at Trauber Junior High as well. I'm also a multi-sport athlete, and going into high school, I'm really looking forward to trying new sports and giving every chance I can to new opportunities, and lacrosse being one of those. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Hayden.
Hello, my name is Katie Hayden, passionate advocate for the trowel trades and advocate also for neurodiversity and other industries. Tonight I actually kind of want to echo what the other teacher was speaking about before, was how we can struggle with some of our students being underserved, how sometimes your learning difference, or as some refer to as disability, can be an invisible barrier that other people cannot recognize. If you're introverted, or different forms of education when it comes to licensing exams or certification courses, those students can feel those real barriers. I wanted to kind of touch base from what I was here on the last meeting, how I think it's wonderful how you guys are doing, trying to create new sports within District 308, lacrosse, water polo, girls wrestling. But as someone who's very passionate about the trowel trades and construction, one makes me feel that sometimes we're on the sidelines. We kind of get forgotten about, because what are visual kinesthetic learners? Those are people who love sports, they love art, they love music, you know, they love culinary, all people who are physical, not doing the same monotonous thing every day. And I would like you to just dream about what a new kind of program would be to involve more kids in trades at, you know, a younger age. Even if they didn't like sports, why not get them interested in the construction industry? If you don't market it and showcase how wonderful it is, like how we do for sports in, you know, the United States, then people aren't going to be engaged. And that's how we have a workforce where most of our workers are 45 and older. That's 45%. I need you as educators and staff and board members to promote it just as much as you do universities and community college. If you're not promoting it, our students will not be eager to join. So just as much as I'm excited about a new sport, let's get students excited about the trades and new programs that we could bring on through deferred and preventative maintenance at local schools, so they could get the experience they need and get prevailing wages out of high school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominic Holmes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, my name's Dominic Holmes. I'm currently a student at Trowbridge Junior High. I'm in 6th grade. I'm 12 years old. And I'm also here to talk about lacrosse and how we should bring it to Oswego. I've been living here since 2018, and I've been playing the 3 basic sports, football, basketball, and baseball, and wanted to try out something new, such as lacrosse. And not just me, other kids too. Other people, like if they don't want to play other sports, they can try out new things, such as lacrosse. And Trowbridge is very limited on sports, and there's only 2 sports you can really play in 6th grade. It is wrestling and cross country, and we want to bring a 3rd sport in for other kids who don't want to do those 2 things. We want to bring lacrosse in for kids who do and don't want to play sports that much, and we're considering bringing it to Oswego. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Simulton, the 30 minutes are up. Did you want to stop or continue? We have 3 more.
Yes, we can. You guys okay with hearing those last 3?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Norman Veal.
Good evening. I will try to be brief and not use up the entire 3 minutes. Once again, my name is Norman Veal. I'm actually here as a parent. I've actually had 2 children actually attend District 308 schools. Currently, right now, my actual daughter is a freshman at actually Howard University. I actually have a son back there, the actual little guy, little Norman, 8th grade. I am actually here in support of lacrosse. Reason being is actually this. For actually starters, my definition of success is options. You gotta have options for our kids. Our kids are the future. And it's up to us to provide for them an opportunity so that way when they get our age, they can flourish. Even now, in my job right now, one of the things I actually look for is people that have actually played sports. Because you know what? It actually teaches you a lot about life. Competition, teamwork, family, all those things that actually we look for as far as good employees and actually future leaders. Lacrosse is another option out there that can actually help out our children. And you know what? Christopher back there has actually done a lot of hard work. I'm actually going to call him Verizon because you know what? He has actually provided a network of actually knowledge and actually funds for lacrosse. Why not lacrosse? Lacrosse also would actually do this, make District 308 that much more marketable, right? Everyone loves home values going up, right? Why not? We're the 7th largest district in Illinois. Why not us? Let's bring lacrosse to District 308.
Thank you.
Declan McClure.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yep. My name is Declan McClure, and I'm here to support the potential lacrosse program coming to Oswego. I'm currently an 8th grade student at Trowbridge Junior High, and lacrosse has always been a huge part of my life. I've actually been playing it for more than half my life, and I started all the way back in kindergarten. From kindergarten to now, lacrosse has taught me sportsmanship, discipline, and what it feels like to be a part of a team. And most importantly, I made lots of friends along the way. I hope to be able to play spring Oswego lacrosse next year, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amelia Kennedy.
Hi, my name is Amelia Kennedy. I go to Prairie Point Elementary. Today I came over to talk about how girls and lacrosse, because girls are getting treated not equally because boys are getting more sports to play. In the NBA, the girls are getting a quarter of the money that the boys are getting just because they're girls. Think for a minute, why do girls get treated this way? Once I first found out about that, it made me think for a while. Then I realized it's not fair. And then I realized, why can't girls play the same sports as boys? And now I'm happy that because when my family first told me we're going to provide 24 new sticks for girls to play lacrosse if we vote for girls to play lacrosse. So hopefully we will vote for girls to play lacrosse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's it.
Lacrosse did not use our whole time, and there was a young lady here that asked me in the back here if she could finish the speech for the young lady that unfortunately teared up. And I feel passionately about what this young lady was presenting. So could we allow her a few more minutes just to finish the speech that was about the Montgomery school situation? Would that be allowed?
Another speaker. One more speaker.
What says?
One more speaker.
One more speaker?
That's fine.
Okay, come on.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Linnea Funk. I'm one of the social workers at Boulder Hill Elementary. I'm going to pick up where she left off. Brianna was talking about the overcrowding, and then the other barrier is that the kids are not getting what they need. I'm going to read her report for you. We've had a number of students exhibiting unsafe behaviors. In the pictures I have shared with you, you'll see pictures of me with bruises, scratches, and bites. You will also see classrooms that have been destroyed. Our teams work so hard to connect with students and families on a personal level with phone calls, meetings, messages, and notes because we really try to understand who they are and how we can help them. Despite this, students are struggling and we are in crisis daily. This school year, our team has responded to a total of 572 calls, which is a total of 22,675 minutes of crisis. On average, we have 5 calls a day and they last on average 39 minutes per incident. Because of this, other students are missing out on their learning and services and are significantly impacted academically and emotionally. Our building is currently holding 697 students and is larger than 2 of the junior high schools in our district. In School District 308, 4 of the 5 junior high schools have 1 principal and 2 assistant principals model. If we are the same size or larger, then we should fit this model. Where did the posting go, and why are we still trying to hire an additional administrator at Boulder Hill? This is crucial to help with administrative duties such as supporting the hundreds of students taking the access test, supporting the crisis team, and implementing student discipline in a timely manner. An easy solution for this is to please repost the job so we can hire a 3rd administrator.
I have the pictures that Brianna has. I can leave them here for you to see. I can personally say that I have responded to just almost these or many, many more. So want you guys to be aware of what's happening at our school and that we desperately, desperately need. We need a lot more help. We need a lot more support. And as she said, you guys have a lot of pull, and we could really, really, really take some of your help to get us to where we need so that our students are getting what they need. Personally, myself as a social worker, I am to meet my children that have 504s and IEPs. I can't see them. I miss them almost every day because I'm responding to crisis calls. My other social worker, we do the same thing. It's just all day long, the same thing over and over. Another thing Brianna was asking for is that if we are able to do this with the kids, and these kids maybe they need to have something done, maybe they need an assessment or something, and these are being denied. So now these kids continue to struggle day in and day out, and that's not fair to them. They need help, and we need to be able to respond to them and be responsible for them. Thank you for allowing me to finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, board. This evening, really, I want to just, I know we often say we're not going to speak directly to public comment, but I do feel moved to say that our presentation this evening is really almost symbolically aligned to the breadth of what you heard in our public comment period tonight. And what I'm speaking to directly is both the significant and tremendous challenges that are faced in some of the schools and in the school that you heard described tonight, to also the tremendous opportunity we see before us in the way in which it's reflected around lacrosse and the opportunities there. Both are extremely, both tremendous, great positive opportunities, but also an urgency behind what needs to be addressed. And when I think about what you're about to hear in depth tonight in terms of our Oswego SD308 strategic roadmap, I have to say that it's exactly for these reasons we are bringing to you this evening really the breadth and the scope of what I have identified with the team, with our staff, with our OEA partnership, with our educators, with the board's leadership, with the community, with the partners and the parents and the business partners and the village presidents that we have engaged with over the last really 7 to 8 months. These priorities are not were not created in a vacuum. They were really created in response and also thinking about what does it mean to start to build and to really create a foundation for a long-term success. When I took this position almost 8 months ago, nothing was more important to me than a path for long-term success. Every board member that I met with in those first few days talked about this long roadmap. And I want to just start by appreciating all who participated in the recent organizational audit and in all the work with our partner, Ann Cummings-Bogan, and our leadership in thinking about the foundations of these priorities. So tonight, I want to thank our leadership team, Mr. Obafemi, Dr. Paul, Dr. Waller, Dr. Zwemke, Mrs. Kamidas, Dr. Kincaid, Ms. Dahlquist, and Ann Cummings-Bogan for really laying out the key components this evening and presenting to the board what is important. This plan is rooted in a vision of success for our schools and long-term sustainable success. We're not looking for a flash pan. This is not a quick fix result solution. This is about creating that roadmap to really strategic success for this district. So I want to invite next our team to speak to it. And so I want to invite to Dr. Paul will also be joining us, and Ms. Ann Cummings-Bogan, and members of the cabinet will be speaking to it. So I'm going to hand this now to Ms. Camitas, who's going to start us.
Yes, so thank you. We're all super excited to introduce this to you tonight. So really when we thought about what were the road marks along this journey that we really wanted to stop and honor, they begin kind of with that collective vision in 2023, precision over 24, reflecting over 25, and then really gearing up and planning to launch a true strategic plan. Along this roadmap, we kind of summarize the journey as being led by our mission, enhanced by our vision, and driven by our values. This journey of learning, evaluating, and planning sets a direction for where we want to be and how we plan to get there. So the 4 guiding principles being informed, guided, intentional, and aligned. As we walk you through these individual components, you'll find that this really is a different way of doing things. It's pausing and not setting goals arbitrarily or kind of just randomly, picking numbers and hoping we can attain those. It's really taking time to dig deep and understand where we are at status quo, good or bad, and acknowledging and accepting where we are today as we learn and build where we want to be tomorrow and developing that collective vision. So we've spent a lot of time getting to this point, and we're super excited to share with you kind of where we're headed from here. So I mentioned those milestones in the journey. So the first one really is the collective vision, and this is the one we've kind of been in since the fall, I would say, really the data collection. As Dr. Calgatti mentioned, we've been working really hard and having lots of focus groups and surveys and interviews and ways to really collect data. We just involved this huge curriculum and systems audit for us to understand, deep down at every level, what's going on, what's our current state, how can we really analyze where we are today. We really want to be transparent. We want to make sure that we aren't just looking for the good things and putting the rose-colored glasses on. We really want to take a hard look at where we are in order to design our ideal state. We really needed to work backwards and see where gaps were at, where opportunities were, and what we have today. Our next step is really refining that collective vision and strategic direction so that we are all working in the same direction and traveling on that same pathway. And then one key component of this is really the reflecting. So it's coming back and evaluating the strategies we set forth in the beginning and determining whether or not we had it right or if we're looking for revision and being able to develop a lasting strategy for us to really attain those success indicators that we'll share with you tonight. And then by all of that kind of coming together, once all those steps are in place, then we feel we'll really be able to have an informed, intentional, aligned, and guided launch of a strategic plan. So I'll turn it over to you.
So not only, thank you so much, Ms. Camitas. I really appreciate the introduction, and I just really want to build on that space as it pertains to our mission, vision, and values. And as a collective team, we have definitely gone through a journey of all working very hard, but needing to work together and find that alignment. So this journey has been very powerful. And we are human as well, right? So one of our 6 values, we are passionate about our families and our students and our educators and our administrators. And so as we look at our mission and vision and values, we wanted to make sure that embodied the full scope of our center, the core of our work and what truly matters most to us. So going to the next slide, I'm truly excited to talk about our shared vision and the intersectionality of these pieces. And so hopefully as you're listening tonight, you see this thread throughout each of our priorities. We truly wanted to focus on our systems, right? We've had our families come out and share, their feedback. And so we want to highlight this is an important piece for us, that we need these effective systems and teams working together smarter and hard, but smarter rather than harder. In addition to that, we want that high quality instruction, that ambitious instruction. And I'm skipping because I love equity, so I have to leave that for last. But equity and rightful presence is also the shared vision. And so it's been exciting to learn so much more about rightful presence, and we've been able to engage with a lot of different partnerships, and we're like cutting edge with our rightful presence piece. And so it's important to make sure that everyone understands rightful presence. Typically, as we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, inclusion still holds this idea of this guest and host mentality. And so rightful presence truly stretches us to address what even got us there in the first place of having this guest and host. It is directly acknowledging the challenges, the marginalization, the injustices that have actually taken place for those who are considered guests within our spaces, so that we make sure that they are seen, valued, and heard, and rightfully present inside and outside of the classroom. So, without further ado, we are so excited to share with you all our 8 priorities.
So throughout our presentation, as Dr. Waller just mentioned, we're going to kind of go through all of our 8 priorities. Last time we heard about priority area 1, really looking at building that partnership not only amongst our district team, but between our buildings and amongst our community. So our focus in priority area 1 is on enhancing that collaboration. You'll hear from all of our members of cabinet, our leadership team, and also Ann Cummins-Bogan about our partnership and collaboration, again, not only at the district level, but also with our union. So really the focus of priority area 1 is strengthening those strategic partnerships and focusing on the planning. This roadmap takes us on that journey to really develop our new strategic plan. So as we listen to all those voices that Teresa and Jadon mentioned, we wanted to focus on what is essential for building the base to ready us for a strong strategic plan to be implemented for 25-26. So the strong coherence is looking at our planning, our teaming, and our learning. So with that, Jadon is going to introduce priority area 2.
Awesome, thank you so much. So, equity and rightful presence. There's so much to cover in that space. And it's exciting going into the 3rd year, looking at this and seeing how much is being embedded throughout the other priorities, and how much of a team it feels like in the collaborating on equity. And so I just want to highlight that, we're excited. We have our equity policy for information tonight. Our equity success indicators are an important part of the work that we're doing. As we know, it will be the foundation for our MTSS academic and SEL framework and our school improvement process. I also want to make sure that I'm clear on the idea. Those 3 pieces that I mentioned, the systems, the instruction, and the equity, those 3 pieces will also align with school improvement plans. We're trying to make sure that everything is aligned and seen throughout, and that will be done in collaboration with our Innovation and Learning Department. In addition, we are truly looking into these restorative practices for our students, again, in collaboration with student services, with SEL, with MTSS. We are also very excited to leverage our student voices and our student groups, and truly continuing to be intentional about that work with our superintendent, student ambassadors, with our coalition students, as well as all the other student groups in those spaces. Our students are brilliant and they have so much to say. And so we'll be utilizing that as well to continue to drive our progress, to be able to monitor our growth with our students. There's so many things listed up here, but I will also just add our data systems is an important focus as well. We want to be very intentional about how we're utilizing our data to drive the work that we're doing, as well as having that research to support our vision as well. So very excited now to hand this off to Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Dr. Waller. The third priority is about rigorous curriculum and ambitious instruction. And using the results of our curriculum audit, we're going to be able to identify our curriculum review cycle priorities. In addition, next year, we're going to be implementing our English language arts literacy pilot that was taking place this year, as well as social emotional learning. You'll hear more about that coming soon. Career pathways, and continuing the implementation of our PACE framework, grades 6 through 12. In collaboration with the Equity and Engagement Department and Human Resources, we're going to continue to center our work on profile of a learner. You'll hear more about profile of an educator and profile of a leader a little bit later this evening. In addition, priority 3 is focused on creating protocol and expectations for collaborative teacher lead time in collaboration with union leadership. And then finally, we're going to be working on integrating professional development in collaboration with equity and engagement and our diverse learners. So handing it back to Dr. Waller for priority 4.
So I just want to make sure, because I'm pointing all of this out, but our first 3 priorities, those are our shared vision. If you notice, we're looking at the innovation and learning. That's our instructional piece. Our systems is our priority 1, and our equity and rightful presence is our priority 2. So just wanting to name how those pieces are weaving together for us. In addition, so really excited about our effective programs and services for our diverse learners. Another piece that I didn't mention within equity, but also lives within this space, is our partnership with our families. Their voices and their needs and their rightful presence in these spaces is extremely important. Our multilingual and our special education students, they need space to be able to grow and to learn. They need to be seen and valued. And so we are going to be working diligently to have those clear roles and responsibilities for our district and school administrators, as well as our staff, so that, again, our students are always rightfully present in those spaces. I know that a little bit later, Ann Bogan will be speaking a little bit more about the work that has already begun within special education. But so we are extremely excited for all of our collaborative pieces with communication and HR. And so I would like to hand it off to Dr. Zwimke.
Thank you, Dr. Waller. Thank you, everybody. Really, our 3 goals in priority area number 5 in human resources is always about recruitment, retention, and rewarding our staff. And those dovetail very nicely to our 8 priorities, but our 3 big areas of high quality instruction, effective teams, and staff members who promote equity and a rightful presence. Ultimately, we need to make sure that we have high quality educators in our system. It really starts with a strong union partnership, and we've been blessed to have 4 strong union partnerships that care about these priorities. They've been partners along with us and will continue to be. I think it's also very important as we develop a portrait of a student and a portrait of a graduate. We think about the portrait of the educator working with the folks, and then we also think about the portrait of the leader to support those educators. And then finally, making sure that we have organizational clarity around the jobs. The job descriptions need to be refined throughout the system. Those will be part of our work in priority area number 5. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kincaid for priority area number 6.
So in priority area 6, as we heard earlier this evening, really a focus on collaboration around our crisis management with consistent protocols. With that, not only protocols in response to students in crisis, but then enhanced professional development for our threat assessment protocols, emergency response, and crisis management. One of the priority areas that we continue to focus and enhance on is our systemic safety protocols, including our visitor management. We started some of that work last year into this year, and that continues to be a focus for the physical health and safety of our students. Looking at our priority area and our goal, some of the emotional safety that you'll hear later tonight is around our students' rights and responsibilities, specifically our call to action, which really brings a focus on equity and rightful presence that Dr. Waller spoke to, but then it enhances our systemic response to bullying, harassment, and racism. So as we look forward to addressing our student safety, our staff safety, and then also we want to, in priority area 7, talk about our families and our commitment to our community. With that, Teresa Camitas is going to talk about priority area 7.
Yeah, so within this communications and community relations, we really are going to begin to expand out what we would have considered up to this point as really the community, and moving out into a broader educational community, including our business partners, our legislators, everyone that makes up our educational community. So we really want to increase that community involvement, perception, and support with really some improved communication practices, branding of the district, and increasing our outreach. So within this, one of our success indicators is our website strategy. Within our brand, our website is our largest forward-facing piece that helps us to really define who we are. We want it to represent and be both engaging, accurate, timely information that really helps for people to understand and hear our story and how we're partnering with people on this journey. So there'd be some intentionality behind updating that, as well as a calendar of updated district and school publications so people can, again, understand where consistency and reliability in relation to building that trust and engagement. We will be working with our school leaders on enhancing their professional development around communications by helping to develop, some common templates, some common language, some goals within those communications, again, to really reiterate and strengthen that communication and that partnership with our families and community. We will be continuing to participate in outreach and events. It's just that we would be really monitoring this and helping to align this type of engagement more purposefully with our communities. And we want to make sure that our communication and our engagement is both equitable across our community as well as engaging. One of the other indicators that we have up here is really the awards and recognitions that are received across the district, and really how those affirm our commitment to transparency, accountability, and community engagement. So I will hand it over here to my left to Mr. Obafemi.
Well, everything sounds nice and good, but we know none of this is going to happen without some money. So financial resources is the secret sauce that make everything go. So we recognize that, and we've been working to make sure that is done thoughtfully and it's done well. One of the critical ways to do that is to reimagine the way we develop budget. And starting with the 2025 budget, we actually are doing zero-based budget, whereby we reimagine every single line of expenditure, and we figure out a way to justify the need for those expenditures. And once we determine that, then we go ahead and we develop the budget. And we are committed to making sure every budget that we present to the board for approval is balanced. And additionally, we will make sure that we have some surpluses in that budget. And the key reason for that is we need to start increasing our fund balances. We know we need some rainy day funds because there's so many unknowns on a daily basis as we operate this organization. So it's important to have some reserves, some savings, if you will. And in addition to the financial aspect, there's some operational imperatives that we need to consider too. One critical thing that I would like to point out is that we know the majority of our buildings are actually approaching the 20-year mark. This is when those buildings need some TLC. And we have to be thoughtful in making sure that we have a plan that is coherent, that is well thought out, to make sure those repairs in our buildings are addressed. And really the only comprehensive way of doing that is through a master facility planning, whereby we work with experts to envision how we'll be using our building currently, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, so we start planning the repairs that we need to have done. Another important operation phase that we need to look at is food service. From the day that I walked into the building, every time I see a student, I talk to a kid, one of the things they ask me is, when are we going to improve our food service? So with that, I will say my second week here with my team, we worked to develop an RFP for food service. And we are very close to actually providing a recommendation to the board, probably no later than May, where we will select a provider. Hopefully, that provider will bring a better quality of food and services to our students. Two other things I would like to point out on the operational side is transportation and technology. We transport a lot of students in the district. We're a big district. We cover 68 square miles. So the goal is to reimagine how we do transportation, and we provide good transportation with a great customer experience. One thing that I would like to point out, and I think I've shared this with the board before, transporting our students is very expensive. It's something that we need to do, but we need to do in an efficient way that doesn't result in financial ruin to the district. So that's an important thing we need to spend time doing. The other part of the operational thing that we need to focus on in the district is technology. How do we use technology to enhance instruction? How do we do it in such a way that provides and protects our cyber assets? Those are important things. And the final thing that I would like to point out is to continue to work collaboratively with a union colleague. We want to make sure that we negotiate fair, affordable contract with them. We're in the process of doing that with one of our unions right now, and the work goes on. But make no mistake, this administration, working with the board, is committed to doing whatever we need to do to make sure financially we are sound, we're able to ensure that our kids get an excellent educational experience in a way that we can afford. With that said, I'll hand it over to Ms. Ann Cummins.
Good evening, everybody. Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity to work with your amazing staff, leaders, and I really am just here to be available in case there's any questions about the process I've supported. Up on the screen are those 6 building blocks that I shared with you back in October when I had the opportunity to meet with you as you reflected on your own sense of common vision and aspects of the system. And I think it's just been a remarkable amount of work. These slides look really nice and it's very concise, but it reflects hours and hours and hours of reflection, self-assessment, vulnerability, openness, willingness to be challenged. And I think really getting everybody on the same page about what's the most important thing. This is an amazing district, but there are great opportunities to really harness the talent and the expertise of the leaders, and then the educators, the students, and that's what the systems piece is about. So the one thing I think somebody highlighted was one of the reasons that I was brought in to support the work is the experience I have with supporting partnerships between labor unions and management. And that work is off to a great start. I think Brian talked about there are already healthy, strong relationships, which is great, and we've been able to partner initially with OEA to start to do some collaborative assessment of special education, and we're in the midst of a pretty good process. We had a group of engaged educators and administrators come together a couple of weeks ago, got really great feedback from 31 participants on that, and a future meeting scheduled. So really, I think just, I hope you're hearing the alignment. I think Jadon, Dr. Waller's reference to that, the effective systems, high quality, and rightful presence and equity as just a foundational approach is solid, and really will help to move this. And I know that there is tension when we're trying to be strategic and thoughtful about the work, because sometimes it takes a little bit longer. But the research would show, and I have great confidence, that you will start to see returns on the investment pretty quickly, just as this team starts to work together. So I'm open for any questions that folks may have, but just very, very excited to be part of this amazing work. So thank you.
So we'll move to questions and discussion. We want to thank you. One of the things that I want to highlight in this work is that at the center of this work is the student and really the classroom space. So when we think about all the priorities you heard this evening, everything is about strategically aligning, creating the pathway, and creating really the scaffold that's necessary to ensure that that educator, those educators in those classrooms have the most robust, dynamic learning experiences that's going to accelerate those outcomes for students. And with that is our parents, our staff, are the finances, it's an increasing circle of support for that space. So these priorities are really about the level of coordination. You've heard a lot about our financial shifts that we've been doing this year. These priorities reflect the mirror essence of what we need to do in our instructional, in our organizational space to get to success for those classrooms. Questions from the board?
I have a comment, a question, and then another comment. So I want to say thank you to everyone for all the hard work. I can see things coming together, and I see the alignment and a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about this past year. So thank you for all that hard work. My question is about, and I appreciate the success indicators because that is very helpful for me to understand kind of what that means in practice. My question on the success indicators is about timing, and I see the asterisk, these are highlights shared from a longer comprehensive planning document. So I can see that some of these are more finite, like complete the curriculum audit, check, right? And some of them are more long-lasting. And I don't know if I'm assuming there's some timeline, that will be some timelines, and maybe this is a comment more than a question, but that's one thing I'm noticing about the success indicators. And then my other comment is more also very specific. And I don't know if that has been taught, you don't have to answer this now, but school structures, like what I'm specifically thinking about middle school, where the middle school model, where an investigation of that type of a model might fit within these priority areas. I have some ideas of where it would fit, but I don't see it specifically named here, and I don't know if it came up in the discussions among administration, but I know board members have talked about it for a little bit, and I think it's on the mind of at least some of the administration that I've had interactions with. So I guess those were all comments, but I'll open up the discussion with that.
Dr. Kincaid and then Dr. Zwemke.
So just some thoughts about, thank you for the comments. So in terms of when we built out the strategic roadmap, we kind of started with a wide priority area, went to the goal, success indicators, and in conjunction with that, yes, each person in their team does have action plans with time frames associated. So there's even more minute details than what was in the planning document. And again, we're trying to time bound what success indicators that we have here for the end of next school year. So there are timelines for each of the action plans connected to the success indicators. We've also had some introductory conversations about the middle school model, and that is something that we are looking at. I'll turn that over to Dr. Zwemke with our school day committee.
Yeah, so I have currently right now the privilege of serving with OEA on the school day committee. And so we had a chance to meet in mid-February, have penned together a joint statement that we're currently reviewing with our cabinet team to look at the feasibility of some concepts. In looking at the middle school concept itself, when I look at these 8 priorities, a successful middle school has 4 key features: organizational structures, academic excellence, developmental responsiveness, and social equity. And I think when you look at any of those 4, when you look at strong middle schools, strong 40 middle schools across the state or 600 across the country that have achieved this type of status and recognition, those absolutely fit, those 4 components fit in very well into our 8 key priorities. It will just be a matter of taking the time to research the model to make sure that we're making the right investment, that they are aligned to our priorities. I look forward to bringing you more information in the spring on that.
One of the things that we identified through focus group conversations primarily is the need for greater pathways for your learners when they enter your district and when they leave your district. And so I think the thoughtful approach of connecting your entire system also makes sense, because there is an opportunity for greater connection as your 5th graders move into the 6th grade, and then your 8th graders into the 9th grade. And so kind of trying to just bring everything together, which is going to be a lot of the work under the academic rigor, as well as, again, none of these priorities lives alone. They really do touch each other. But I think from my perspective, it would be to look at middle school in isolation without the greater context, given the way the system sits right now. It makes sense to kind of extend that a little bit. But
Yeah, I'm not saying to look at middle school in isolation, good, but I do see specific like K-8 things on the priority areas, so I just want to make sure that we're not missing out on the other piece as well. But yeah, I mean, I agree with the continuum of the experience for our children is super important.
And that's good feedback in terms of the specific, ensuring that is named rightly in our process. So we will definitely take that, and thank you for the feedback.
I'll speak. So a board is focused on 2 things: student learning and organizational effectiveness. So when we hired Dr. Kelgati, we charged him with standing up systems that were going to root out inequities and injustices within the system. And we know that students don't fail, but it's the systems that fail our students, right? And so we want to make sure, and I'm appreciating what I'm seeing, because you're addressing both of these issues that will help our organization to be what it should be, so that the disparities that we see in achievement, the disparities that we see in so many different areas that are affecting the learning experience of our students, we're going to root them out. And I believe that this will do exactly that. So I appreciate the work, and thank you for all of you for your hard work.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our superintendent report. Dr. Kelgati. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So first and foremost, just want to thank our teams for all the work across the district, all our partners, in really preparing this evening these comments around our priorities. Just some important business. Tomorrow is Election Day. Your vote does matter, and our schools will not be in session, and that is an important part of this work, as they are used as polling locations, and we encourage, again, everyone to vote. Polls are open statewide from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. This week, we are thrilled to really begin to have our annual student-led Amplify. We want to thank our student ambassadors for their support of the Amplify work, and we know that this is important, and Dr. Waller and her team's leadership. This will happen here in Oswego on Thursday, March 21st, beginning at 5 p.m. We encourage everyone to come out and hear the voices. There is nothing more important than really listening to the voices of our students. This is an opportunity where we're going to hear their stories, showcase empowering and inspirational performances. We want to acknowledge our Muslim community, and we join them in acknowledging the observance of Ramadan, which in Islam, which is significant in Islam. And many of our students and staff are participating in this exercise of fasting. It was interesting, a couple schools I found, students who were fasting were gathered, and I was able to encourage them in their fast. It was really a meaningful moment. They were very excited to meet with me, and I had to meet with them, and also our families of Christian faiths who are observing Lent through March 28th. And we want to recognize this important time of fasting and prayer for all, and reflection for all of our communities of various interfaiths, faiths, and backgrounds. Tonight, you heard these 8 priorities. These are directly aligned with the 5 essentials. And I want to invite and I want to ask the whole community, check with your neighbor. Did you fill out the 5 essentials? Check with each other. It's a really important part of this. We are at the last, in the last days of this survey. Parents, teachers, and for students to provide their viewpoint. This becomes a real important barometer for us to gauge. It's a litmus test. It's a thermometer test of where we're at as a community. And we really need 20% of our communities to of our parent community to participate. When you break it down, it's really not a lot of time invested, but it does have a significant impact in our ability to understand and really supports our school improvement planning and our resource allocation in our school district. As a reminder, studies show that when schools are strong on at least 3 of the 5 essentials, they are 10 times more likely to improve student learning. And as I just wrap up, my comments, formal comments, I really want to thank everyone for their efforts, for coming together and really helping build a shared vision team. Our senior leadership, our executive leadership teams, districts, parents who've contributed to what you heard tonight. The challenges are far and deep in our schools. There are also lots of successes. What these 8 priorities provide us with a roadmap to really getting to that next stage of success. It is us who really build the system. The system is not out there. We are the system. We are the system. And so the challenges we face are a function of what we are creating. The challenges we face are a function of what we are creating, from the classroom to the school to the district and really to our governance, ultimately really to society. But we have an opportunity to make a difference. When I was a principal, I always say to teachers, I'd say, wow, the classroom is humming. There's such energy in the classroom. And oftentimes teachers would say, it's the kids. It's a great year. And I'd say, no, actually, it's something you're doing. Yes, we have great students, but really it's the impact of our teachers. And I would say the same applies to everything we do. The work that we put in is the outcome we're going to get. And I want to thank everybody for their leadership and making tonight's presentation of the priorities relevant and connected to the work. I want to invite the board to share some other additional celebrations from around the district that are part of the public comments that I make every month. So thank you, board, for your support.
I'll start. Excuse me. I'd like to say congratulations to Murphy's mathletes on their first place finish at our district's junior high math competitions. Congratulations.
Another congratulations to Jessica Corey, the music teacher and director at Plank Junior High School, for being recognized as one of 6 Illinois educators in the 4th annual Yamaha 40 Exceptional Music Educators Under 40 program. Congratulations.
Moving on, this weekend at the Central Illinois Regional, Geared Forward, the robotics team, took second in the competition and was awarded the Engineering Inspiration Award, which sends them to the World Championship in Houston. And this is cool. And NASA pays the registration fees. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe they're at the village board meeting tonight doing a presentation as well. This award celebrates a team's outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering and engineers, both within their school and their community. They will compete again over spring break at UIC. So congrats to them.
The Illinois Art Education Association celebrates March as Youth Art Month. Fox Chase 5th grade student Uriah Newman was the elementary winner and featured on their webpage. The Youth Art Month program emphasizes the value of art education for all children, encourages support for quality school art programs, and promotes art material safety. So congratulations.
That's it. Okay. Moving on to 7.2, we'll hear from our student ambassadors.
All right. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Luke.
Since our last meeting, we have taken the data from last year's student mental health survey and the teacher survey. Okay. There you go. And the teacher survey that we put out just this February. And we've combined the two to create the Innovate K through 12, which you have in front of you. We gave you all a copy. So through investigation into the data and trends, we found some critical data that is vital to better understand the student-teacher relationships and how we can bridge the gap that currently exists. Through our data collection, we were able to identify patterns and commonalities to further that goal. So today we're going to focus more on our teacher survey data that we've collected. So on page 26, in regards to our teacher survey, we received a total of 307 teacher responses, with 163 being from Oswego East, 141 from Oswego High School, and 3 that indicated working in both high schools. A big issue that was uncovered by students last year in our mental health survey was homework. Many students acknowledged that homework and overall workload, they acknowledged that as a concern. So we asked the question, how much time do you expect students to work on their homework daily? This is on page 26. 172 teachers indicated 0 to 30 minutes. 120 teachers said that they do not assign homework in their respective classes, and 15 indicated that they require 30 minutes to an hour of homework daily. Through this data, we've identified that most teachers don't assign hours of homework to their students. Another major question that was asked in our teacher survey that can directly relate to stronger relationships in the classroom was how important is discussing post-high school plans with your students. So this is on page 28. We've indicated that 175 teachers indicated it as super important to discuss post-high school plans. 108 identified it as important, and 22 indicated it as not important, and only 2 said very not important. So we're looking at how that can grow student-teacher relationships as it relates to post-secondary plans, college, trade school, whatever that may be. So going off of this specific question, we were able to ask the follow-up open-ended question of how they promote these post-secondary plans. From the teachers' responses, we identified 5 main themes. Those 5 main themes are integration into curriculum and daily activities, individualized support and goal setting, creating a culture of open dialogue, incorporation into curriculum and assignments, and utilizing various strategies and resources. So those are the 5 key themes that we developed from that main question of post-secondary education, and all of those are defined there for you. There is also a frequency word chart that includes words that were commonly used in the teacher's open-ended responses. And some of those main words are conversation, plan, future, question, goal, and talk, just to name a few. I'll now turn it over to Isabel to continue the conversation.
Yes, so we also collected a good amount of data on student behavior. So on page 32, you can see a graph on, and this was something we were all kind of looking forward to seeing the results for. So the graph on how often do you experience classroom disruptions that take away from student learning. And we saw 17 teachers said always, 56 said often, 91 said sometimes, 133 said occasionally, and 10 said never. So that was actually positive compared to maybe what we had expected with only seeing occasionally, but also, of course, there is always room for improvement because we just want all teachers to feel respected and understood. We also had a majority of those teachers from there state that the most disruptive behavior they experienced was off-task behavior, oftentimes citing phone use, earbuds, all of that. So this has really led a lot of our past meetings. We've been discussing how we can manage these discussions around cell phone policy, how to ensure that both teachers and students feel heard, but also to make sure we're getting to the root of the problem, because it's not always just the cell phone. There may be other things going on, and we want to make sure we're looking at it holistically. And today we also began our research process to better understand the issues we are addressing. We are also working on comparing this data to our past student survey. So to board members, the front of the packet is all student survey data, and the back of it is teacher survey data. So you can kind of flip back and forth and look at that. In our student survey, we had multiple questions on how students feel respected compared to their teachers. That was really great data to overlay with our teacher survey to attempt to kind of get the full picture of how students and teachers are viewing it. And lastly, we also asked educators what they would like to be done to feel more respected. Many stated that they already feel respected, which was really positive to see. But of course, the most common were creating a cell phone policy and to have more support from school administration, which has really caused us to have some wonderful conversations with our students, our district, our school admin, district admin, and everyone has been very supportive, very interested in the conversation, which has been wonderful. And again, this data we are still working on investigating deeper. Dr. Waller has been giving us some great research information, especially today we went over it. So today we learned about nonverbal teacher communication, perceived caring and lack thereof, as well as truly understanding how teacher-student relationships can positively change the trajectory of their learning experiences. Cell phones have been highlighted, as mentioned before. We are learning that this is just one barrier to the relationships, but not directly about the relationships students have with their teachers. And so that's it on the survey, but I just wanted to say quickly in regards to tomorrow, and just going off what Dr. Calgatti was saying, if you are 17 or if you have a 17-year-old, if they are going to be 18 by the November election date, they can vote tomorrow. So just remind your students, if they're 17 and they will be 18 by the November election date, you can vote in the primary in the state of Illinois, and I believe we have same-day registration.
So we can open up, if you have any questions about this data now, it's a lot, but we'd be happy to answer, or going forward, if you have any questions, just anytime, just shoot us an email or a conversation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, and we look to developing a goal and an action plan going forward with all of this data.
I don't have any questions at the moment, but I have to commend you on this is amazing. This is a lot of hard work. And you both and the team today did a wonderful job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll echo that and just ask, who else are you sharing this with?
Our SSAC has seen it, and I believe it's getting shared with school admin.
So yes, everyone that's the adults and the students who are a part of SSAC will have this, but as the students, so today they went through 3 different research articles. So as they're going through that YPAR process, some of this will be lifted to be a part of their action plan. So then people will see more data as we go along. But are you suggesting we share more now?
Can I add? So I would say that this becomes a part of how we build out the priorities. Every one of our priorities is going to have a rationale portion, which essentially situates the data, and this work is really mentioned in the priorities, and so this becomes complementary.
Yeah.
There'll essentially be an appendix that supports this. I think situating within the level setting around, here's our baseline, here's our understanding. I'm so proud of our students' interests and commitment to really hearing what's being said and then finding ways to find solutions. It fits right within the priority. So it will be definitely forecast there.
Yeah.
I think we can put some more attention to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. Like, where else can we use this so it doesn't live on its own? And then also, like, when you take a survey, and I think this is all high school, right? You always want to be like, what happened to that survey that we took? You know, like that question is always out there. So I'm glad to hear that it'll be part of more conversations.
So make note of that, you too. We need to have a conversation at our next meeting regarding how we can, I think it would be great for our students and teachers to just, again, be able to hear those results. So thank you.
Yeah, so, you know, as I understand YPAR, right, the Youth Participatory Action Research, it's about not students trying to solve problems, but calling us to action, right? So I don't want, them to dwell too much on trying to come up with solutions, but bring us a recommendation.
Yep. So
right?
Oh, go ahead. No, that's exactly what it is. So the research and the articles that they're looking at will help them to be able to determine some recommendations so that we can then call to action the adults to push it through.
Because oftentimes adults want others to come up with the solutions, but that's what White Power is all about. It's about making sure that the adults are accountable for making sure that change happens. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent work. All right, 7.3, Board Committee Report. So we'll start with the Equity in Teaching and Learning. Who would like to share out on that?
I can share out. The Equity in Teaching and Learning Committee met, and we discussed a couple things. We looked at the presentation of A Portrait of a Learner. We talked and gave some feedback about the event that we had with our students, and what else? And gave some ideas about that. And then we reviewed Student Rights and Responsibilities update, and we're going to see some of that tonight for information as well. And we were able to give some feedback about that as they think about the best way to present that document, and we were able to provide some suggestions and feedback. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Finance and Facilities.
I was going over kind of the summary of that, and I think we're addressing everything.
I think you're right.
In the meeting today, so.
Perfect. So we don't need to take up any more time with it.
Nope.
We'll hear it tonight. Okay, and then Policy and Legislative.
No, it's all about you. So it was a somewhat short meeting. We went over the remaining policies that we had to review, which fortunately were not very many. We did have some updates with some conversations with some political people, and there are more policies that are coming up and will be available, but they won't be available until the end of this month, so we rescheduled our next meeting until April.
The only thing I'll add to that is we did discuss trying to have a little bit more of a different, I think we go into the mindset of, okay, we're going to have a meeting every month, and honestly, there might be months where we should be having 2, maybe even 3 meetings, and then there's some months, why are we having a meeting? So I think it needs to, if we're really going to reflect policy and legislation, then it needs to actually reflect the ebb and flow of policy and legislation.
Okay, 7.4, Board Member Comments. Anyone have any board member comments?
Just real quick, I know a bunch of us have. It was a busy. I know. I'm trying to remember everything. A bunch of us have been visiting, doing a lot of school visits, a lot of site visits. I know Dom and I and Dr. Calgatti and Mrs. Comitas went. I'm running out of who went to both Boulder Hill and Long Beach last week. There were a couple others that we went to, and forgive me because it's all starting to become a blur. But I think, particularly in the case of Boulder Hill and the Boulder Hill parents that might still be here, we definitely hear you. We were on site. We see you. We hear you. And we're working on it, and it'll be short term rather than long term. The other, or short-term answer rather than one too far into the future. The other thing on a totally different subject, Grand Park Elementary had their diversity fair on Friday, so I went to that, and it was great. It was well attended. There had to be, I don't know, maybe 18 different countries that were represented. It was pretty impressive. There were quite a few programs, presentations that kids did, so it was fun. That's all I got.
Okay. Anybody else? I just wanted to thank the equity team. Can you just name everyone who's on the equity team?
Yes, Miss Kiana Hero, who is here this evening. She's our Director of School Improvement and Professional Learning. Miriam Osich and Michelle Simmons are our Equity TOSAs, and Michelle Early is our Assistant Director for Engagement.
Okay, so they all joined me and supported me in a award in which I received from the Quad County Urban League on Women Empowerment. And I sat on a panel with Dr. Susanna Rivera Mills, the president of Aurora University, and Dr. Anita Thomas, the president of North Central College. And we were on a panel speaking to empowering education and inspiring minds and transforming futures. And it was a very dynamic and exciting and robust conversation that we had. They kind of highlighted who we were in terms of being the first. You know, Dr. Rivera Mills is the first Latina president of Aurora University, and Dr. Anita Thomas is the first African-American woman president for North Central College, and me being the first African-American school board president for Oswego 308. So it was a very exciting time, and I just want to say thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Okay, we're moving on to our consent agenda. So can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve all items under consent, including 8.1 minutes from the Board of Education meeting on February 26, 2024, open and closed session, and minutes from the public forum on March 4th, 2024, open and closed session. 8.2, to acknowledge all FOIA requests received by the district. 8.3, to approve the Illinois High School Association membership renewal for 2024-25 for both Oswego and Oswego East High School. And 8.4, to approve the field trips for overnight and or more than 200 miles.
Second.
Are there any questions on the consent agenda?
I have just a quick question. Is there any equivalent, I know we're voting to approve IHSA membership. Is there any equivalent motion at some point for elementary school for IESA that you're aware of?
I am not.
We don't do IESA. Okay. IESA being the elementary school equivalent of IHSA.
Yeah, that.
I know.
I don't think that it's nearly as detailed, and since it's not as, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not as, I don't want to use the word common, but it just seems like if you're not a part of IHSA and you're a high school, I don't know what you're going to do. Whereas in IESA, it's not as universal. There's been more movement up north of 80, but it's still not necessarily the norm if you're in the Chicago area.
Okay, I beg to differ.
But it depends on the sport. Hold on to the caveat. It depends on the sport, right? So, you know, if you're talking, let's say, I don't know, basketball, quite frankly, I mean, I'm not playing a lot of, the closer you get into the city, the fewer teams I'm going to be able to find that are IESA, if I'm being honest. Now, if you're talking like track and cross country, that's a lot more common, but it does depend. Like Naperville's not IESA, Plainfield's not IESA that I'm aware of. They might have a couple things that they've started. It depends on the sport. It's not nearly as universal as IHSA. And listen, I'm a big proponent of IESA, so I'm not, you know, saying that from a lens of I don't approve.
Just don't want to forget the
I
grade
agree.
school kids.
Yeah.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Ms. Venmus?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, so first up, 9.1, we have our financial statements and investment schedule. Board, are there any questions or updates? Okay. Okay, thank you. This evening we have Mr. Bell and Bailey Campbell, who are joining us to discuss our Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook. I want to thank you for your leadership in this. You'll speak a little bit to how we participate in some engagements with the community, but also this is connected to the leadership work around our equity and board priorities that you heard this evening.
Thank you, Administration and Board of Education. My name is Jeremy Bell. I'm the Executive Director of Student Services.
Hello, my name is Bailey Campbell, Assistant Director of Student Services.
And tonight we are here to discuss our annual process of updating the student rights and responsibilities. You should have a couple of different handouts for your board packet. One of those is the timeline for that review of the process. The goal here is always to get in front of multiple stakeholder groups to make sure that that's updated accordingly. We're going to talk a little bit about the rationale tonight, the student rights and responsibilities communication and acknowledgement, the summary of changes, and those key takeaways for you. In terms of rationale, as I mentioned, this is an annual process. We're governed by a couple of different things here with regards to Illinois School Code, board policy, and we have to make sure that we integrate any recent or new legislative updates. In terms of that acknowledgement, our rights and responsibilities, our student rights and responsibilities are embedded for all of our parent acknowledgement and student acknowledgement within PowerSchool. As we migrated this year from Tyler to PowerSchool, as part of the returning student registration and new student registration, that is in the enrollment side of our SIS system. And so parents, when they log in to complete that online registration process, have the option then to be able to go ahead and click that acknowledgement. Part of the feedback we talked about at ETL was making that a required or mandatory field, and there's some aspects to be able to do that, but as it's loaded in the enrollment side and the student side on PowerSchool, it is not currently a required field, but it is something that you click open and acknowledge. School code mandates that student rights and responsibilities or student handbooks are provided to parents and families, students and families within 15 days of enrollment in the district. So whether that's returning student enrollment or new student enrollment, as long as we're providing that handbook and that information to them within 15 school days. Okay. The other side of this is that the buildings are very active in getting those students to acknowledge the student rights and responsibilities on the student side. They kind of chase those students all year long. And we did have some challenges, obviously, with migrating to PowerSchool SIS this year, but we're hoping that that's a much smoother transition. We're able to get as many kids as we can. We do offer centers at scheduled pickup and those types of things for students to access the student rights and responsibilities and sign that acknowledgement early on in the school year. With that, I'm going to turn over our summary of changes to Ms. Bailey Campbell to kind of highlight those key points.
All right. So if you can take a look at the redlined draft Student Rights and Responsibilities Code that was provided to you guys. I'm going to highlight some high-level changes for you guys, starting with Section 1 and Section 2. So if you flip to page 2, you will see in red right in the middle there that we added language to reflect our equity journey that we're currently on regarding equity and rightful presence that we heard discussed earlier today. There's additional some minimal language changes within Section 1, and within Section 2, you'll notice that we changed our title from Student Rights and Responsibilities to Student Rights and Student Commitments. Section 3 and Section 4 have very minimal changes, along with Section 5 and 6. So if you take a look at those, you'll notice a lot of that is based on some heading changes and small language changes, in addition to some changes required for the IEP meeting and PUNS information. Jumping ahead to page 15. This section is where we have adjusted the title to reflect the bullying, harassment, racism, discriminatory language, and hateful acts. So this aligns with the call to action that was referenced earlier tonight. So we want to just show focus on that in terms of the title change, That title change language is then reflected throughout that document in the different headings. We've also added definitions for racism, discriminatory language, and hateful acts. And we have revised our current definitions for harassment and microaggressions, again, to match up with that call to action document.
Can I highlight this? We often talk about bullying and its impact. For those of you who've experienced bullying as a child, it's a memory that it's hard to reflect and erase. It's actually something that stays with you for life. And I would argue that I'm really proud of the work of the Equity Committee and the collaboration, the work of your team of integrating this, because the reality is that when a child experiences a race-based or ethnic or identity-based, right, whether it's your from one identity to another, any kind of thing that situates you, it requires a different response. And not only does it require a response, it requires a certain level of attention from the community. And so I want to thank you all for integrating this and lifting up how we think about this. It's something that's really important, and we can't ignore the impact it has on children when they experience this, whether it's a racial epithet or a gender or what's that? Religious freedom. All students have the right to feel and experience school with joy and, of course, grit, but that's not the kind of grit we want to experience at school. And so the response has to be equally attentive. We have to think about how our students and the restoration and the justice occurs in our schools. And so I want to thank you for integrating this into the work. It will go a long way. This evening we heard parent comment. This will go a long way to ensuring that our students are protected and our staff are protected, frankly.
And I want to echo that as well. With the work that the Equity and Engagement Department is doing around those equity policies, around the success indicators, we have that call to action for what we expect our adults in those spaces and what we expect our stakeholders in those spaces to adhere to when those things are finalized. It is definitely warranted and needed to have a proportional response. If we're finding opportunities to continue to educate our young people, to continue to educate our adults, and create that system around those folks. So it is present in this. It will continue to evolve. I hope that you have seen this document continue to evolve year after year. And we hope with the opportunity to kind of rebrand and really make it much more student usability, the student usability of this document, that you see that come through as well.
All right, so now jumping to section 8, which begins on page 19. We have rebranded this one to reflect student conduct. If you turn to page 24, you'll notice down at the bottom that we have added definitions for preventative measures, which includes intervention, and then flipping to page 25, prevention. There's also a graphic in the middle of page 25 that we have added this year. This is a graphic that we shared out with our buildings universally at the start of the school year to help guide the work that they do for student support plans and student safety plans. At the bottom of page 25, you'll see continued definitions with restorative measures. On page 26, nonviolent crisis intervention, physical management of students and limitations. If you jump ahead to section 9, which is on page 28, this is a new section. This section was added to reflect newly required language regarding registered apprenticeship programs, along with accelerated placement, restrictions on publications, chat GTP, AI, and puns. And again, those are legislative changes. Flipping to section 10, we want to highlight some new language here as well. Again, this also reflects some changes, which is newly required language regarding awareness and prevention of child sexual abuse and grooming behaviors. We've also added newly required language regarding inappropriate relationships and other boundary violations by adults. And I want to also point out that on the bottom of page 32, we are including available resources and assistance information for a number of different resources that span between Kane County, Kendall County, and Will County. The rest of the changes for section 11, 12, and 13, again, are very minimal language changes. There was a merging of sections, and again, just some reformatting throughout the document.
So I also passed out in front of you a document that is a draft publication, if you will. As we talked about, the information that you're receiving tonight is strictly around content changes. We wanted to highlight those pieces to understand, for you to understand the content and the work that's been shared with stakeholders to provide input and feedback on that content. However, we recognize that if you look at this document on its face, it's very text heavy, it's very policy directed, it's not necessarily as easily understood by our community, by our families, and by our students. So the document that you have in front of you is a sample, and a sample only, of what that rebranding of this document may very well look like. Anything that we bring to you for action at the May board meeting is our anticipated timeline, or April board meeting is our anticipated timeline. We'll have this document in its entirety with all of the content changes referenced in tonight's information section. We had some really good feedback from our board members at Equity Teaching and Learning Committee, about how to present that information within a rebranded document, making it a little bit more, even with the potential to make it more interactive down the road, with videos and QR codes and the potential for kids to really be able to access this in many more ways than just that initial acknowledgement. And so, again, this is a template or a sample of what that publication could look like, and we hope to be able to expand on that. So tonight, the focus for you is just information on those content changes, but know that greater things are in store for this document to make it user-friendly and to make it easily understood by our community and our kids.
So what feedback have you gotten or do you intend to get from our students?
We have taken parts of this content. When we met with, was it our coalition, Kids Jadon? We were in front of the coalition group. We were in front of...
I guess I don't mean the content. I mean like it becoming user-friendly and having all the things that kids or students need in order to interact with it. Like
Sure.
I would imagine that's the kind of feedback you want because they're the user, right? For the most part. I mean, our obviously families because the parents are reading it and looking at it too. But I would imagine our students probably need some really good time with how this should be presented. That's my thought.
Thank you for that.
At the committee meeting, we talked about some of the interactive pieces, and I think it's a really important point because if I'm a student, like at let's say the high school level, and I want to take responsibility for I'm going on vacation, or I need to do this, or I'm going to be absent, and I want to take responsibility for that, where can I go and do that? They're not pulling out their student handbook, right? Mm-hmm. They might go to the dean's office. So is there a QR code, and you can use those QR codes or those video kind of tutorials, both for parents and students. So I think that interactive piece will go a long way. We were talking mostly about it in the realm of parents, but as we have older children, and you want them to take, I think that's a really good point. And ask them where would you go look for this information? Exactly. Like if you want to know about, pick a section, right? Where would you go look for that? And then you can place some of those pieces in those locations or websites where they would go look for it.
We talked about attendance matters or highlighting those kind of aspects of that for our older students that may have be more mindful of that and want information. Mm-hmm. Thank you for some of that feedback. I just want to conclude here and then open up for some more questions. I hope that you can see through some of these changes and the updates to the content and the work that's been done with those stakeholders for that feedback, that there is some intentionality around that purpose and that intentionality of rightful presence, our equity journey, climate, culture, the focus on diverse learners and student interventions rather than just a student discipline pathway here. And then, as I said, that student-friendly or usability through the rebranding of this handbook. Are there any questions for us?
I just have a comment, and that is I really appreciate the work that was done on this. It's pretty evident, and it's quality work. It shows that we care about our students a great deal. but also the adults in the building that are servicing them as well. So I really appreciate all the work that was done.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, team. Appreciate
Great
it
job.
all.
Thank you.
Next, I want to invite Anne-Marie Candelario and Dr. Zwemke to discuss and give us an update on the SD308 residency program and some information that's coming to you for action in the next month. Tonight is for information. We heard an update recently that was very impactful. Tonight is a continuation of that presentation. So, Dr. Zwemke.
Yeah, thank you, Board. At our last meeting, we gave you really a comprehensive review of our teacher residency program, and we mentioned one partner that we're working with, which is the National Center for Teacher Residencies. Anna-Marie Candelario has been working with the group. We are currently in the process of reviewing their contract through a variety of lenses. If you could speak a little bit to what the agreement may entail.
Hello, good evening. So the partnership with NCTR, just a little bit of background, they're one of the experts in building residencies. Currently, they are in 47 states and have over 40 residencies. Currently, in the state of Illinois, there's only 4 partnerships that NCTR has, and if approved, we will be the 5th. A little bit about NCTR and what they provide. They are truly a consultant, able to design what we need based on our goals. And so they support us through various ways, consulting conversations, and then also the various modules that cover anything from the residency year to what our priorities, mission, and vision of the residency is, as well as the roles and responsibilities, and allows us opportunities to track the progress of the residency. Again, it's very collaborative. They help and support myself to create a residency design team out of stakeholders. So for example, some individuals are our TOSAs, our directors, Aurora University. And so we work together to create the residency, and they lead this work and lead this partnership. And so just, a few examples by putting us on the map and connecting us, and we do become an apprenticeship partner through them, we are open to the U.S. labor grants and funds, which will really allow us to expand our residency. And so that's just one thing that just actually hit my email today, was that once we could apply as an educational apprenticeship and apply for a decently fair large grant to support us. So it's been really great, and so I hope that this contract will get approved so we can really excel next gen residency program.
I have a question. Are there any other residency programs or, I guess, consultants that will be considered their competition? Have we considered them? And yeah, I guess I'll stop there for now.
Yes, there are. Branch Head is one of them, and they were able to provide a great foundation with the details packets. That's how I was able to start the residency, and so they were a great help with the equity lens. But then just to kind of move us forward to the next step with being a national network, that's when we chose NCTR.
Got it.
I'm not sure if I caught everything there. So was there a correlation between joining this network and getting access to more funds? Or were those separate things?
So they are supporting our application to become an apprenticeship. And so they open our doors to apply for these type of grants. It's not being a partner with them to open up our grant, but it helps us build in the pieces of the residency to apply for those grants, like the U.S. Department of Labor.
And then this helps us do it more comprehensively and quicker?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Has NCTR supported other programs thus far in the apprenticeship piece?
Yes.
Do you know?
So some of the I don't know the states, like the particular programs, but they are in the large cities. I was writing them down for like Nashville, Seattle, Hartford, Boston, Memphis, Philly. They are all connected to those larger cities.
They're connecting them through,
The
they're
residents.
helping them with the apprentice, specifically the apprentice piece.
I can get the apprentice numbers for you, but those are
I'm
the
just
ones that are
wondering, yeah.
connected to the as building the residencies.
These are
in those
fairly
cities.
newly available funds at the federal level,
Yeah.
designating a teacher pathway as an apprenticeship. So I know there are other kind of assistance centers out there that are providing some supports. NCTR is a great, I have full confidence. So I feel like I had another question or comment, but I lost it.
I wrote mine down.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you both. Thank you for your time. Dr. Queen, Bill Queen, operations update. Forecasting, Dr. Queen here.
Yes. Good evening, board, colleagues. So as you know, this is a very busy time for operations this time of year. This is an overlook of capital projects. Probably 95% of this is still in development, but I would like to highlight a couple of projects that we have that you're going to be seeing up in front with you here in a week or so. Fox Chase roof approval is up for approval tonight. That is going to be a full redo of the PDM and asphalt shingles. Is there any questions about that? Fox Chase roof? No? All right. We will move on to the Plank RTU project. So we've been talking a lot about getting this project going over spring break. I've got great news from the contractor. These units are going to be delivered. We are going to go with those units over spring break, depending any weather. So everybody cross your fingers. Let's keep the rain away. And we will pull this project off no problem and have a great jump start on that summer project for the year. The third and final piece I want to touch on are the parking lots for Hunt Club and Fox Chase as well. I got an RFP set up for these jobs, set up for this Thursday at 9 o'clock at 71 Stonehill, where we will be receiving bids to further that project. Outside of any other questions, that is my update for this month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Obafemi, fixed assets and inventory.
Actually, I'm going to have Ms. Sitar talk about.
Amanda Sitar.
Thank you. Is it on? Okay, so we brought this to, well, they did. They brought it to Finance and Facility. I was absent that day, so I apologize for that. But GASB 34 has to do with fixed assets and inventory within the district. GASB 34 stands for Governmental Accounting Standards Board, Statement 34. It requires government entities to report the value of capital assets on financial statements. Besides being required by the state, it's very important to track assets for inventory, loss prevention, and catastrophic total loss. We did receive 2 quotes. One was for asset control solutions at $37,500. The other one was industrial appraisal, which was quoted at $89,000. I think it's important to note that the price difference is because we have history with asset control solutions. They currently have inventoried all of our assets up to, I think, 5 years ago. So they have all the barcodes, they have everything locked and reported on all of our financial reports. They just need to do a refresh. Another important note is they're able to come right after spring break, whereas industrial appraisal said that they couldn't come until next year. So it's really important that we get a company in here to do that inventory.
If I can also add, this has actually been an audit exception for the last few years. Every time the financial audit of the district has been done, we're required to have that. We haven't had it, as Amanda said, for at least 5 years. So we absolutely need to get this in place because the audit for fiscal year 24, which is this current fiscal year, is going to start back in June. And if we don't have it set up, it's going to be another audit exception, internal control issue. We're trying to prevent that. Thank you.
Did you say 5 years? I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been an audit finding for the last 5 years, or has it been completed? Okay.
That was the only thing I was going to call out, but you already did, so it's basically best practice.
Didn't it also
Almost required.
Didn't it also come up at the meeting, at the finance meeting, that they had not gone down to the level? There were more assets that were not identified?
Yes. That's why it's important to do a refresh. It's, with a district our size, it's almost impossible to capture everything ourselves. We really need an outside company to come in and make sure that they have everything located where it's supposed to and depreciated as the years go by. It's really important.
Thank you, Ms. Sitar. Next, we want to invite Mr. Stuart Witt from Witt Law to speak to an update on the Village of Montgomery abatement discussion. I know you prepared some information on reflections from the board, and so thank you, Mr. Witt.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
As you know, the Village of Montgomery has been advocating for the school district's abatement of property taxes for industrial development, the Shoring Farm, east of Orchard Road, west of the old Caterpillar plant. The Shoring Farm consists of approximately 204 acres. 5.75 acres adjacent to Orchard Road are reserved for retail development, and no property tax abatement is requested for that territory. Of the balance, approximately 100 acres comprise the southern site, which is reserved for current and future use by Ravaggio. It's a Belgian company with facilities worldwide. They deal in polymers that are integral to products used in and around our homes. The southern site is already being improved with a 500,000 square foot building for use by Ravaggio. Occupancy is expected in August 2024. That building will be used for distribution of polymer materials, as well as the regional headquarters for the company. We're advised that the polymers will arrive by rail, be stored in silos, ultimately transferred into the building, packaged, and shipped out by rail. So there won't be any real heavy truck traffic there. The south site may also include a future 300,000 square foot addition to the first building, as well as a future second building of 300,000 square feet for use by Ravaggio once again. It is possible that the second building, the second 300,000 square foot building, if constructed, would be used to repurpose recycled plastics into usable materials for various industries. The total capital improvement for Ravaggio in the initial phase is $150 to $180 million. The north site will be marketed by Caris, which is developing the entire site, for warehousing, distribution, and possibly cold storage. As many as 3 buildings, as many as 1.2 million square feet. The total capital investment in the north side is projected at $150 to $215 million. And these cost projections include the interior equipment that is used to handle the products, and that is generally tax-exempt equipment. So there'll be no property taxes derived from that. On its website, Caris touts that it develops, builds, owns dry storage facilities and cold storage facilities. So it would appear that the buildings they build, they will own, and they will seek out long-term tenants to occupy these buildings, which is not at all unusual in this type of industry. In exchange for these developments, Ravaggio, Caris, and the village are looking for property tax abatements over 10 years after issuance of certificates of occupancy for each building. A 75% annual abatement for years 1 through 5, and followed by a 50% annual abatement for years 6 through 10. As of today's date, no taxing body has taken any formal action to approve any property tax abatements. At the end of the day, what you have a development that will consist of regional distribution facilities and regional offices for Ravaggio. That's much like what we have in other communities. We've reached out to other communities to learn what, if any, property tax abatements they provide. We learned that Grundy County no longer provides any property tax abatements for big box and distribution facilities, nor does the city of Aurora, nor the city of North Aurora. The village of Minooka has a property tax abatement program for its Minooka Ridge I-80 Business Park, which is offering 3 years of abatements at 50% each year. Kendall County also has a property tax abatement program for warehousing, distribution, and logistic facilities, as well as regional headquarters. The application for tax abatement is published on the county's website. A business is eligible to receive an abatement for a term of 3 years. The amount abated will be on a sliding scale, 75% in the first year, 50% in the second year, 25% in the third year. The term and levels of abatement may be modified only at the discretion of the governing boards of the taxing bodies that approve it, according to the Kendall County's program. I've had 2 conversations with Kendall County, two on Friday and 1 today, actually. I've had 3, and was told on all occasions that, according to their notes, they were not prepared to extend any property tax abatements for Ravaggio or Caris in excess of 5 years. That's where Kendall County is. I also spoke to Waubonsee Community College and was told what I could tell you, so I need to check my notes here. Last Friday, I spoke with officials at Waubonsee College, and they too are asking questions over agreeing to a 10-year property tax abatement. The officials made clear, however, that any final decision would come from the college's Board of Trustees, like your Board of Education, after further deliberation during one of their open meetings, which is kind of what we're doing right here. So that's the Waubonsee College position. I can answer any questions that you may have.
I have one initial question, and then so my first question is, do you have a formal agreement for the tax abatement to be presented to us that has all of the final details? But before you answer that question, I wanted to just, I took the time to go back and look at our June 5th meeting. And the reason why I did that is because I wanted to make sure that I was clear, because of course, I want to make sure I inform the community, because I've received several emails and calls in regards to this abatement. And so when I went back to watch that meeting, many of the questions that we were asking, and during the presentation, the information was not final at that time. For example, we were asking about the appraised value, and it says and the response back to us was that it depends on the type of appraisal, and what they reviewed and what they were presenting to us was based on costs. We did go through many of the assumptions that were in there, and of course they were based on a 10-year staggered scale. But there was a lot of things within that presentation that just had not been finalized yet. And the last recommendation from our chief financial officer at the time was that they would go get information, and then they would put it together and then come back to us. Now, being fully transparent, there were some transitions in staffing and in the position. And so, but I just wanted to be clear that at no uncertain, I'll speak for me, that, and again, watching it, no one agreed 100% that we were going to approve it, but it wasn't that we were against it, we just needed more information. And so I just wanted to make sure, just based on the emails, some of them pretty aggressive, stating that we already approved it, and I just wanted to be clear for the community that we had not approved it yet. And I said I just wanted to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence and rewatching it. So my question to you is it standard that we get a formal agreement with all of those details in order to approve the abatement for the 10 years or whatever it is? And in that, do we have the opportunity to have the discussion to to include any additional information that we think that would be in the best interest of the school district or in our interests before we agree to it.
An abatement agreement has been prepared.
Okay.
An abatement agreement has been commented upon by us.
Okay.
A revised agreement has been prepared. That all occurred several months ago. In our desire to get this information to you tonight, I've not picked that document up to make certain that it's got everything in it that we need. That would come to you before we ever ask you to do anything.
Okay.
And that would come to you whether it's a 3-year agreement, a 5-year agreement, a 10-year agreement, or a 25-year agreement.
Agreed.
You're going to get the final document from us with our recommendations that you act on it, whatever term you all decide. That's your decision.
Agreed.
I'll reiterate, I mean, I would like to see that, I mean, obviously, we would like to see that before
Yes.
we decide on anything. And then I have a couple questions. Earlier in public comment, I heard some representatives refer to, incentive packages. To me, that sounded like different taxing bodies offering different types of abatements. And so I'm just wondering, well, I have 2 questions related to that. Is it typical that through tax abatements that each taxing body has a separate tax abatement agreement, or is it all in one package together? And then my second question is, in those incentive packages that might include tax abatements, are there possibilities for taxing bodies such as the school district to also receive incentives?
To what?
To also receive incentives in regard to partnering with us on career pathways for students in manufacturing or students in transportation or supporting some of our English learner families and maybe their parents who might be working at those facilities. I'm just wondering if there's opportunities like that in an incentive package.
My experience has been that those taxing bodies who are going to participate in an abatement program, and usually it would be the county, the city, the public schools, agreement. That's been my experience. With regard to support from the business for your mission, for what you do, that's always a possibility as well. We do a lot of property tax work in our firm, and with big, huge industrial oil refineries, nuclear power plants, and those settlement agreements that we enter into with the plant oftentimes provides incentive for the local schools, the K-12 schools, maybe more high school students, and certainly community college students.
That's good to know, and I guess a call would be in my, to those listening with the companies that are asking for abatements, I think we would like to consider some of those incentives for the school district as well, if they're available. In regards to the other taxing bodies, I've heard you say that no one has agreed to any other, none of the other taxing bodies have agreed to other tax abatements. Is it typical that we would go first? Like a school district would go first, and say this is what we're going to offer, and then.
Why are we being put on the spot right now? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, I can
Because we're the largest taxing body, because we give the most tax abatement in money, in dollars.
The most obvious answer is look at the Chicago Bears and what's holding that up. I mean, that's the most obvious example.
Shouldn't we be having a discussion with the other taxing bodies, though?
I think there's a deeper conversation here, and I think it's, I don't disagree with things that are being said, but let's if we're going to be honest, let's be honest. And we talked about systems earlier, so let's talk about Illinois and its system, right? Illinois is in the top 10 states that taxes its poorer citizens at a higher rate, at an inequitable rate, as opposed to its most wealthy, right? And part of that is because the concept of Illinois was everybody really wanted local control, and so the need or desire, the word's escaping me, but the need to rely on property taxes is something that Illinois has adopted. Couple that with the fact that we have more school districts than any other state in the union, right? The things that we do, no other state does. And so I agree in essence that because of some of these situations where you have all of these taxing bodies, it's very difficult to do business in Illinois because we have the system that we have of taxing, and on top of that we have all these governmental entities. That said, I also agree that it probably would make sense to probably approach school districts first. And there probably are a lot of people that are looking at us because we are the largest portion of the tax bill, of the property tax bill. If we had a more equitable system in this state, which is the whole point of EBF, some of these conversations would be moot, and we wouldn't have all these scenarios and situations. The reality of the situation, though, is instead of them going and dealing with the state, they have to deal with all these local taxing bodies. And I agree. I don't necessarily think it is all fair to us. I do think it's incumbent upon us to reach out to those municipalities and the counties that are bringing in these pieces and say, how can we work together better?
Yes.
Because what we can't have is just houses.
Agreed.
Because the other piece is, and I'm going to get to it later, sorry, but I've been very quiet tonight for purposeful reasons. I'll get to it later. We've got people coming in here saying, we want to, you know, hey, the revenue side, we need you to give something. Hey, we need this over here because we need the math interventionist. We need a new sport. We've got a building in crisis. Let's redraw the lines. All of these things are not isolated. I get it that they're isolated to those individuals who care about it, but to the school district, they're cumulative.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you invest, right? Unless you nourish, all you're going to do is take from it. I mean, I think there's like, there's like that story, the giving tree, right? Shel Silverstein from so long ago. And sometimes it feels like the school district is the giving tree. And pretty soon all you got left to sit on is a stump. But that said, those are pieces that we need to be advocating and are beyond this. We have to be able to do business because we need business here. We can't just have houses.
100%.
That's why I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission for so long. That was literally my only goal, was to get to diversify the tax base.
100%.
So we're gonna be coming back and forth and bouncing back and forth, but I want to make sure Amy's question, I understand it, and your response was regarding the different taxing bodies and the fact that you mentioned that one of them actually has the Kendall County has a policy that they do 5 years, right?
Well, they have a policy that
you
they
can
do
apply.
3 years.
3 years.
But they will deviate from that policy on a case-by-case basis. I've been told 3 times now in the last 2 business days that they will not go beyond 5 years.
Okay, so
which is consistent with what we were told months ago.
Oh, right. So then, just make sure I'm understanding. Do we all the taxing bodies have to do the same thing?
All the taxing bodies do not have to do the same thing. However, what I would, in every instance, recommend that every taxing body sign the same agreement that could have different terms, so that everybody knows what you're in for.
So all of the taxing bodies and what they're offering in one agreement, so everyone knows what each taxing body is agreeing to.
Oh, yeah, that's what I would definitely recommend that.
And that is something that we would see. I'm sorry, Latonya. That is something that we would see prior to making a decision. What I'm trying to avoid, in the interest of partnership with all of our taxing bodies, I want I want everyone to come to the table and put on paper what we're going to offer, and then offer that as a community to the businesses that we want to come and do business in our community. And also, I completely agree. We need businesses
We
here,
need
no
it,
doubt.
100%.
I just want to make sure it's not inequitably on the backs of our public school students. And unfortunately, we're in a district that's underfunded, and so it's a really small tightrope to walk.
We could increase our funding potentially, so.
I agree,
so
long
there's-
term, yes,
yeah,
I agree.
There's both sides.
I understand, yes.
And we're 60% of the tax bill, whereas there's like 8 or 9 other entities that are making up 40%. So we're really, the weighted average is.
I know, we're the driver of it, I understand, but I'm saying in the spirit of partnership, I think it's important that all the taxing bodies are on the same page. But
I want to add something to that, though, because I do think there's a component to this where, and I'm not trying to get nasty with some of our partners before we even develop a relationship, but you bring up the county, and so it is hard for us. Like, listen, again, I know where I stand on this, and I know that what we need to do, right? But it is difficult for us, and I hope that somebody's listening at home, because I want them to understand that a lot of the rhetoric that comes out of some of the people who are elected at the county is, that's the school district, it's their bill. They're the ones taxing. Well, they keep raising they keep levying more, right? And we don't. That's fine, but then notice we're being asked for a 10-year abatement, and some of those people who are throwing shade at us, they're saying, well, we only do 5. So I think it's very imperative that these taxing bodies work together. I think it's very imperative that they come together. I think it's very important for us to work with Montgomery. They've been very, in my experiences, they're very easy to work with. But when it comes to something like the county, I think the rhetoric has to be fair.
Yeah. And I just think that, our students, our district, our parents, the community at large, the businesses, we all have an opportunity to benefit from a properly structured partnership. And so I believe that this is one of the ways to diversify the tax base. It's a phenomenal opportunity for the village of Montgomery. I'll just go on the record and say I think it will be a good idea to do it. But when we keep saying the word partnership, this didn't feel like a partnership. This felt like this is what's happening. Do it. And so all I'm saying for precedent's sake for future is like, hey, what can we do to ensure that we have the open lines of communications, that we actually see the agreement that is being outlined, so that we can see before us what we're agreeing to, and then we'll sign that. But I think it's unfair to us to say that one, we don't support it, because that's not true, or two, that we don't want to do it, or that we're being slothful and slow in doing it, because that's not true either. It's just that we did not have all of the information, or the information was incomplete and not shared fully at the same time. And once we have something in front of us to actually see and approve, I think that we can then decide as a board what's in the best interest of everybody.
So then let me just add one more thing to that, and then I'm coming to you, okay? So when we talk about not being at the table, not being in full partnership in order to understand this full scenario, I heard something today about a phase 2, and that there was an abatement schedule already in place. Is that true?
I think I might be able to answer
Not
that.
that I'm aware of.
A new abatement starts for each building at the certificate of
occupancy.
Yeah.
Shaking your head though.
So the way that the village is looking for this to be structured, and I have not looked at the draft of the agreement in several months, but the way that the matter is being structured, there's There's a general window during which they can access the abatements. But the abatements start for each building and each substantial
When the
addition to a
occupancy.
building as their certificate of occupancy is issued. So they're gonna get the Ravaggio is gonna get their certificate of occupancy in August of 2024, in just a few months, and they're gonna occupy that property at that time.
Phase
Their period of abatement, whatever it may be, however many years you all agree upon, that would start at that time. Now, whether it starts in tax year 2024 or tax year 2025, that's the detail that we have to kind of work out in terms of the implementation of this thing. And then if they do a 300,000 square foot addition a couple of years from now, then that 300,000 square foot addition qualify at that particular point in time. So that's the way it's being proposed. That's the way the agreement has been drafted in that particular fashion.
And that's where we want to be in on the conversation, all right? It's like, this is the time for us to come together with the village and.
Us as a board.
Yes.
Because the board is the one making the decision, not our administration. So I think, of course, they're advising us, but I want to be clear that this is a board decision, and I don't want, and I'm not talking to you, Stu, but I'm just speaking to the public. A lot of the conversation and even, what's the word I'm looking for, has been pointed toward the administration as if they're doing something wrong. No, they're advising us of the decision that we need to take, and we're just asking for additional information is all we're asking. So
I can tell you that I've read a lot of board minutes over the last 48 hours. This is the first public discussion that I've found relative to this abatement program. I haven't found any other taxing body, and I looked at a lot of them, I haven't found any other taxing body who has discussed in a board meeting this proposed abatement program, with the exception of what happened June 5th of
June
2020.
5th, correct.
Again, that was here.
Yes.
I haven't seen it anywhere else discussed. I haven't seen terms discussed anywhere else. It's always been at the staff level, and maybe a committee at the county level.
I mean, doesn't it just make sense to get a proposal in front of us and then have the discussion?
Yes.
Rather than trying to figure it out right now?
Yes.
Because we don't even know what we're looking at.
We don't.
We don't.
I mean, go ahead.
We know what's been proposed for the school district, but we don't see the full package,
wanna-
the partnership package, the incentive package.
I want to see it in writing. I want to see things like if it's 10 years, what our protection is if for some reason, the occupant decides to get up and leave town. I want to know all those details before I can make any kind of decision or ask any intelligent questions.
And in the June 5th meeting, the last three things after it was proposed, with the recommendation, the three things that were on screen is that it would include clawbacks, that there would be a minimum assessed value attached to it based on, and you can tell me why having a minimum assessed value. As a matter of fact, it was such a good point. Either yourself or Raphael can explain why it would be important to have a minimum assessed value inside of the agreement, and then also our ability to negotiate the 10 years at this point. And so minimum assessed value, can either one of you answer why that's important?
Sure. You want me to do it?
Yeah, go.
Okay.
You're on a roll, Stu, so keep going.
Anytime you have a big industrial property built in your community, and I've dealt with a number of them, you always have an argument of what the property is assessed at. What's the fair market value for property tax assessment purposes? I'm letting some of my secrets out here. Anytime you've got someone coming to ask for property tax abatements, you want to make certain that you've got a threshold of equalized assessed valuation that they're not going to contest. And you've got that for a number of different reasons. The assessment of competing properties. You don't want to give 75% or 50% property tax abatements and get through that and then turn around and have them instantly file tax assessment complaints. no more than what you want them to take the advantage of, and I'm not suggesting these people would do that, but no
Correct.
more than you want them to take advantage of the property tax abatements, and then at the end of the day say, we gotta leave. If you drive west on I-88, right at Route 39, there used to be a facility on the southwest corner that was filled with subway cars. I don't know if you all remember that or not, but row after row after row after row of subway cars that was owned by a Japanese company. Their abatement period ended, and then they decided, well, that's no longer suitable, and they left. No protection for the taxing bodies at all. That's the clawback that you're talking about. So you want certain minimum assessed valuations to protect you, to protect what you're going to get, to protect what you've got, so that when the abatements are up, you've got a steady revenue stream coming your way. And I forgot the last one.
No, you're fine. That was perfect.
So,
Stu, can you speak to a little bit, just to be clear, because I know you've engaged, the goal has always been to partner and to bring as much information on behalf of the board, on behalf of the village trustees and the economic development work that's happening in Montgomery. There's a huge commitment to doing this and to seeing success there. My question for you is, when you think about what's in the contract and the questions have been posed, what's the connection between those two? You said that you prepared in a certain way this evening in terms of the questions that were brought versus the contract. And so I think if you could paint the picture of the connection between those two is really important to speak to the desire to see success here.
If I'm understanding you correctly,
Okay.
I think what the developer wants to do is to build their product to make a profit and provide a service. And that, that's what they do. That's what businesses do. And, that's good for them. And it's good for the community because an investment is good for the economy here. It's not enough to simply talk about the total assessed valuation. It's not enough to talk about the property tax abatements that are going to be had. It's just like everything else. It's just like you got to dot all the I's and cross all the T's and make certain that you know fully well what's going on, and they know fully well what's going on, and all the taxing bodies that are going to participate are going to sign on to the same basic terms, while their actually amount of abatement might be different. I don't think there's any reason for you to enter into any abatement agreement that applies strictly to the school district and a different one that applies to the village of Montgomery and a different one that applies to Kendall County. One agreement, if you're going to have different participation or no participation at all, likely in the case of the township or the road district, you know that up front. So that over the 10-year period of time or the 15-year period of time, however long these various abatements are going to last, because they are going to last for each building, you've got one source, you've got one document where you can see all the rules that apply to everybody. We do this stuff all the time. It happens all the time.
So is minimum assessed value the same as a clawback?
No.
Okay,
No.
so can you explain the mechanics of a clawback, the purpose?
The purpose.
We got an email earlier, asks them to consider increasing the clawback from 10 to 15 years for greater comfort. How does that benefit the district? What is that?
To be honest with you, it's been a couple of months since I looked at the contract. I've got to go back and take a look at it. And
I'm not asking for specifics. I'm asking if
Just
you,
what is
if
the
you,
concept
if you,
of a
if you
clawback?
expand, describe as a clawback.
Generally
and then
speaking,
why is 15 years better than 10 years? What does that mean?
in my mind, a clawback is what protects you to keep the company from leaving once their abatements are over.
Okay.
The subway factory out there at I-88 and 39, you don't want to be in that situation. You don't want them taking advantage of the tax abatements that you give and then saying, we're out of here. Or, like a lot of corporate companies do, take the advantage of the property tax abatements and then say, now we need to renegotiate.
And that's the minimum part.
Yeah, and now we need to go further, or we're gonna have to look elsewhere. You want that kind of protection. So if they simply announce we're leaving, they gotta pay you back what you abated. That's a clawback.
So what would be the reason to extend that out from 10 to 15 years?
To get the 10-year abatement. I mean,
What,
So that they don't leave after
So-
10 years.
so here's the,
you
so
would
here's,
ask them, so then they would owe like they
So
would have
here's-
5 years more of property taxes that they'd have to pay. if
so
they left
here,
in year 10.
so here's one of the points,
Trying to
and,
understand.
and I don't wanna negotiate
Me in public, I agree.
a
I
TV.
agree. No, I
But
get it.
the point would be, if you want, if a taxing, let's get off the 10-year, let's just, if a taxpayer wants a 7-year property tax abatement, your biggest concern, and if you agree to it, your biggest concern is what's gonna happen in year 8.
Mhm.
Are they gonna come back and say, now I need another abatement? Are they gonna come back and say, I'm gonna leave? Okay? If they're gonna leave, then you gotta have some protection.
And that's the
Which,
clawback.
which is that they need to repay you. You need to somehow be secured that you're gonna get these property taxes back if they're going to leave.
So this
In
is-
order
this is
to
a
entice
significant
them
amount
to
of
stay.
protection. That's a significant amount of protection. And the other thing that I wanted to, you know what, I'm gonna ask you, LaTanya. I saw a head shaking from Kate Coxworth.
From Kate?
Yeah,
Regarding what?
regarding the, how the occupancy works and the start of an abatement. Can I ask her?
It's pretty straightforward.
Ask him.
It should be pretty straightforward. You
There
get a
was- There was a lot of head shaking, so
well,
Ask him. He's our attorney.
it all depends on how it's written. That's the whole point.
Okay.
So anybody can shake their head or nod or whatever they want to do. It all depends on how it's written. I've not read this agreement for several months.
Okay.
But I've got a $1 billion power plant 15 miles down the road that I negotiated the property tax abatements for, and I know exactly how the occupancy worked in that instance, and there hasn't been any question with regard to it. So, how it's gonna work is all gonna depend upon what it is that's written
yeah, I
into the
understand.
agreement.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right.
It's
And
just the current status.
I think it just goes to show, this is a prime example of the fact that we all need to be in the same room at the same time. Like, so you can understand what the head shaking is, and we can understand, all these things that we need to be saying to each other, right?
I do appreciate the clawback conversation. That was very helpful.
It,
You want to say something?
yeah, it also.
Now,
kinda-
they might say, well, clawback's a completely different thing. In my mind, a clawback is what I just
I didn't
learned.
see that
Well,
for that. I saw
that's
the-
why we hired
I
you.
saw acknowledgments.
it,
It's unorthodox, but Latanya, Latanya partnership, why do I have clawback language as a trustee Montgomery? We don't have it as a board member.
Mhm.
That's where we need to be.
Yeah, that's why we all need to get in the same room.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and again, these are things that, in my vision of a policy and legislative committee, right? Like we have opportunities to us. We span so many different taxing bodies, and kind of this is the piece where I think we do need to improve that communication piece so that
yes.
we can have that done, right? And I know that there have been situations, Dominic, you probably know about this better than I do, where maybe Dr. Calgatti, one of you, where we've had like representatives from 308 sitting in certain committees and certain taxing bodies, and
Vice versa.
yeah, right, totally, vice versa, absolutely. And so these are pieces where I think at the end of the day, what the taxpayers really want to see is functionality. They want to see functionality. They're not interested in someone pointing a finger at the other and vice versa. They just want to see it function.
Yes.
So,
and that's all I'm really saying. I think that, again, we've all talked about expanding and diversifying the tax base so that the burden of the tax does not fall solely on the backs of the residents. And this is a perfect opportunity to do it. We just need to all be in the same room to have the conversation to figure out the right way that's mutually beneficial for everybody. That's it.
I 100% agree with that. I think it's a great opportunity. I want to say my piece very high level.
Which we probably all share.
Right. And congratulations to Ravaggio and the cooling company for being million dollar companies. It's to me, we're working in a system that is inequitable when we're abating taxes for million dollar companies, so that when public schools don't have the funds that they need. That is no shade towards the companies that are coming to our community and asking to be part of our community. It is just something that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But it's the system that we're in. And with that said, I think it's a great opportunity to, like Eugene said, expand our tax base. And so I'm hoping that we can get everyone on the same page and we can look forward to moving forward.
So what?
So can I
What do
tell
we
you what? So can I tell you what I think I heard?
Sure.
In terms of direction,
Yes.
and you can tell me I'm wrong.
yes.
I think what I heard was, you all want to know what everybody else is going to do in terms of a property tax abatement, and our job is to go out and find out what everybody else is going to do, whether it be any or none, anything, or 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, or nothing at all. Find out what they're going to do, and then get the contract finalized and drafted so that you can take a look at the whole picture and make your final decision in that regard.
And yes, but primary, that's secondary. Primary is all of the agreement, everything in regards to the company that we're actually giving the abatement to. We want to hear, like, what are we agreeing to with them, and then all of the other taxing bodies as well. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to. This is my opinion. I don't know if we need to hear from everybody else what they're going to do before because we're literally, I hate to say it, that they're 6%, 3%, 1%, 8%. We're 60%.
Yeah.
To me, it's more about the discussion than it is about just coming.
The terms.
Yeah.
It's about
coming to the terms.
Right, coming to the
the mutually
terms.
agreed upon terms,
Yes.
and then we have our individual sections that he was discussing, where we, all give our individual abatement schedules or whatever.
And we're by far the largest body, but that still doesn't mean that we negate what anybody else is doing.
Yeah, but this is never going to. I feel like this is never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and the other thing too to consider is there are some considerations in what the other taxing bodies are doing. If there's a fire or an emergency at the property, I don't know how to break this to everybody, but school districts not sending buses and people to put out a fire or stage an emergency rescue, right? I'm pretty sure that's coming from either the village or the county. So I think there's a difference between equitable and equal, right? And like to your point, like we could take that conversation a million ways, but I don't know that you're gonna, hopefully we understand the difference.
I agree with you, Dominic, but the only reason why I'm saying total is because our lawyer is recommending that we have one agreement. So as long
one agreement, but it feels like to the generic terms, but we have individual allocation schedules.
Yes.
So
I
how
think
do we? Getting everybody in the room sounds great, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about our terms, but
Well, when I say everybody in the room, I'm talking about the village, the board, and those bodies that impact our contract, impact
Terms of our agreement.
yeah, the terms of our agreement. I mean, Amy talked about incentives. You know, are there any? Like, how are we partnering, and what does that look like? Like Stephen Covey says, our contract should be a win-win. We should both feel like we're winning, right?
Yeah, and to me, it sounds like that there's potential there for the company that we already know is already there. But how do we have a conversation with companies that we don't even know want to build?
Yeah, we're not talking about them. We're
Yeah.
talking about what's currently on the table.
What's currently on the table? What's
I'm
currently
just
on
saying
the
that we
table?
need to. I kind of want to just move and take responsibility for this and.
Well, how can you do it when you don't even know? Like, okay, you just need
we
your
move,
contract.
The terms for our,
You
what
need
we're
the
offering.
We get
for our
what
agreement.
Ravaggio can provide, you know, as far as supporting our students, supporting our families.
Agreed.
The things that are important to the district. And
Review that.
I don't know if that ends up in abatement language or if that's a separate thing. But if it's in the you know abatement language, then so be it. Tied to that.
Yes.
But I don't want to. I don't want to wait for everybody.
Yeah,
And
the
the
goal-
answer, and the answer to what you just asked is yes. Sometimes it's in the agreement, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah, to me, it seems like it's, yeah, if we want to say, you know, we'll accept the abatement in exchange for these things, then it probably needs to be tied to that. If not, then it would be, you know, a conversation outside of it.
To try and get us there. So can you get us the agreement so we can take a look at it, and can you do the best to see that we would prefer, I'm assuming from what everybody said, whatever the agreement is with the other taxing bodies, put it in front of us and let's go.
Let's go.
Fine.
Okay.
By when, though?
I'm sorry.
That's what
By
I was-
when-
that's
by
what I was
when?
like, I was
By
just like,
when?
I don't want
To
this
be
to be
decided.
open-ended.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave. This to me is very important.
Yeah.
Because if you kind of look at the project as a whole, at some point, what do we get from the property taxes, Raphael?
It's an estimate in the
The
memo.
dollar, the dollar amount that we get cumulatively from the district
Yeah, there's
in our
an
property taxes.
as a district.
Yeah.
90 million?
From all three counties or just from Kendall County?
All in total,
From all three counties, we get about 150 million.
150 million.
Yes.
Okay. So if they build out, you know, granted, okay, this is year 11, or if we have clawback and they decide to leave it 10, then we get clawback. You know, that's 1, 2, 3%.
Mhm.
Taxing them, you know, that's pretty good diversifier right there. I mean, that's a great start.
It's a great start.
And so,
It's a
and
great
even
start.
in year 1, you know, it's not 1, 2, or 3%, but
Correct.
with the multiple phases and however the occupancy would end up working, it's still would help support a lot of the things that
Yeah.
we want to be.
And I mean, and it goes far beyond that, because I just want to make sure everyone understands. It's not just what the district will get. We understand the benefit of this company coming to the community and the extended benefit that it'll offer, not just to the district, but to the community. We want that, but we just want it to be a partnership and to be at the table at the onset of the conversation and not an afterthought. So we want it. We want this to happen for this one, but it just has to be, we have to understand what the terms are.
No, I'm glad
Well said.
I wanted to stay.
Yeah.
Again, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't, I know it was late, but
And
I wanted to leave with something.
And I just want to make sure I understand this phase. Is it? I don't know if you call it a phase 2 abatement. Is there? If
It's a separate agreement.
okay, I just don't want that to be tied to what we're doing now.
I
Because
need
we
to
don't
take-
know anything about that, and I don't want that.
Well,
It
Does
might
it
have been,
have-
it might have been addressed in an email that was received, and if so, I was reading that while I was driving down the highway. So, let me, I've got some time. I will address this at least in part tomorrow.
Got it.
And get in touch with Dr. Kilgotti and Raphael tomorrow. tomorrow with regard to how we move forward.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now.
Stu, in terms of timeline, did we clarify timeline? We're leaving. Okay, sooner than later. Okay, we just want to make sure that sooner than later. We know that there's a lot of, questions, and so we want to make sure. So thank you, Stu. Okay.
All right, next.
Next, Mr. Obafemi, regarding authorization of loans. Oh.
Mr. Obafemi, you have the resolution first.
Oh, the resolution
Yes.
for the, thank you, for the transfer. Thank you. We have presented a resolution before the board.
I'm sorry, you gotta go to your mic. They can't hear you online.
I'm sorry, we presented a resolution to the board for a fund transfer. And from working cash. It's the time of the year right now where cash is low before we get 55%, the largest chunk of our property tax, which is the largest source of our funding. So we have a bank internally, which is what a working cash is. A working cash is a district's bank where we don't have to pay interest. It's our money, but it's set up for that reason. We levy for it, we can borrow off of it, we have 3 years to pay it back. But our plan is to pay it back when we get our property taxes in June. So what we are requesting is that the board allow us to transfer some money to transportation and also into the ed fund.
And go ahead.
Go ahead.
The main purpose of this is so we don't take the tax anticipation.
Yes.
Okay.
We are borrowing
I don't
from
know if I answered
This is
ourselves
our first year not doing it
in 20 years.
in 20 years. Hallelujah. Okay.
Feels good not to fund
Sure does.
Plainfield schools this year.
Payday loans on steroids.
So we're in the process of developing the fiscal 2025 budget. And part of the process of doing that is to do a 5-year projection. That's customary. And just a 5-year projection, what is a financial projection? It's a way to estimate the financial outcome of the district. It includes the revenue, how much we're going to get in our key revenue areas, what we're going to spend, which is the expenditure, and the cash flow that we need to keep running the district. And what I would like to point out is this is a snapshot in time. And so much is going on every day, so it can change because of things that we don't know about. So I just want to say, when you look at a projection, it's a snapshot. And the other part of this is the further you are away from the current year, the less reliable it is. It's just the nature of projection. So the first year, the second year tend to be close, but then you move away from it. There's so much that is unknown. So this is the key reason why we do a financial projection I mentioned before. It's a way to let the board know and for the community to know what is going on financially in the district. It's also part of the budget development process, and we also use that for levy strategy. So, for example, if we look at the funds that we have in our funds, and if we have a fund that is lower, that is projected to be lower, short-term, immediate term, it can impact how we decide to levy. Real-life example of that is the levy that was approved by the board in December. What we noticed is transportation fund has been dwindling. So instead of levying more money in the ed fund, we decide to levy $5 million less in the ed fund to fill the hole in the transportation fund going into the future. So as I mentioned before, there's some known facts that makes up the projection, and there's some unknown. So I'll talk about on the revenue side, we know what CPI is. CPI is important because a big chunk, close to 70%, 65% of our revenue comes from property taxes. So we know the CPI that was, the levy that was approved back in December, we use 5% CPI for that. That levy is going to impact the fiscal 25 revenue. And we also know the CPI that is going to be used for the 24 levy, which is going to be presented to the board in December of this year. We know the CPI for that is the CPI for January, for December of last year that came out in January of this year, and that's 3.4. Now, there are things that we don't know. As we move, the projections for 5 years, so we're moving all the way to 2029. So for fiscal year 27, which we are going to do the levy for the 25 levy year, we don't know what CPI is for that time because we cannot see that far ahead. But because of the history, based on the last few years of inflation that the feds have been trying to fight, that they have not been able to wrangle, if we all remember, the last couple of months, inflation has actually been trending well, except last month's inflation report that came out on the 12th, inflation went up again. In January, it was 0.5. In February, it went up to 1.2. So it's a little tricky to forecast inflation. So based on current data, we estimated that the CPI that will impact fiscal year 27 is 3%. And from that period on, fiscal year 28 and 29, we're estimating it'll be 2.5%. Those are the unknowns on the revenue side. Now, on the expenditure side, there are some things that we know about. We know, for example, that clearly 81% of our expenditure is driven by people. As I always tell people, we're in the people business. That's what we are. We educate children, and the only way we know how to educate children is to have our educators teach them. And that's where most of the revenue, the expenditure goes to. So the known facts, we have a contract with the largest union in the district, which is the biggest source of expenditure for the district too, the teachers union. For fiscal year 2025 and on, since we have that data, it's 3.8%, right, on average. And then for OCMA, the maintenance and the custodial union is 4%. For the transportation union, it's 4%. And there's also a known fact that we have some retirement coming right now, folks who have actually put in the paperwork to retire. And that retirement will provide us an estimated savings of 1.2%. And that comes from the cost of the folks who are retiring. They tend to be on the high end of our pay scale. And the replacement cost for the folks that we're going to hire to replace them, they tend to come in at a lower rate. So we estimate that savings to be 1.2%, 1.2 million. Now, the unknown fact is that we know that expenditures are going up by 5% in 2025. We also, the assumptions that we're making is that expenditures are going up in 2025. We're not in 2025 yet. We use the best data that we have to try to estimate that, but we don't know that for sure. The things on top, we know those for sure. But the ones on the bottom, we don't know. What we do, we use the best available data to try to estimate. Now, for the insurance, we know for fiscal year 25, for example, what our insurance rate is going to be because we transition to a co-op. And when we transition to the co-op, we sign an 18-month agreement. So the first 6 months was this fiscal year. The next 12 months is going to be FY25. So we know, for example, that there's not going to be an increase in fiscal year 25 in health insurance. And What we also estimating is that we will spend $1.7 million in capital projects in 2025. That is going to be dependent on the revenue that we get that year to make sure we can fund that. Any questions?
Raphael, the 3.8% for OEA salary increases, that's really an average over the life, or can you clarify that? Because
So
I know that
known facts, I'm talking about really
On top
for
of the base.
fiscal year 25.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Because remember, we're using the immediate projection information to develop the FY25 budget. So all the things that I'm stating here as far as the known expenditure is what we know that will impact fiscal year 25 budget on the expenditure side. So in looking at the 5-year projection, this is what we see. Based on the information that we have, which is the property tax, we know what the CPIs are, and we have an estimate of what it will be as we go out further into the out years. As I mentioned earlier, we're estimating that our reserves are going up, right, if everything comes together. That is the property tax. EBF continues to come in. The last 3-4 years, we've actually been averaging about $7 million in additional revenue in EBF. But we were being very conservative in determining how much revenue we will get from EBF. So instead of booking the whole 7, this year, for example, we got $9 million. So booking that whole amount, we decided to go on what we thought was realistic, which is $4 million a year for the next 5 years. So doing that, and property tax and federal revenue, as well as other state categorical revenue, what we are looking at the expenditure, this is what we are looking at. So we are gradually building our reserves. It's not quick, it's not fast, but it's something that we believe is realistic. And as I mentioned earlier, the further we are from the years, the less tricky it is. So I want to restate this. A projection is a snapshot, which is why we do it every year. So the plan is that if we have additional information when we present the budget to the board by May, this will be upgraded to reflect the changes that we know of. And then in February of next year too, we will have more information on CPI for December of this year. We will also include that in the outer years. So you normally do projections typically in February because you have the CPI figure that comes out in January. So it provides you more information to use into the future. Any questions? Okay. So this is essentially the number of the charts that I just showed you. And if you look at fiscal year 24, this fiscal year, what you see there, the red, I know it gets confusing. When folks see red, they think automatically deficit. But in this case, what this is sources and uses of fund. What we essentially is saying is transfers. So these are transfers from the working cash to other funds. That's what that is. The base area where you find out whether you have a surplus or deficit is at the very top. You see the top line where it says surplus and deficit. So if we had a true deficit, that's where it would show up. Okay?
So I asked the question, when we look at the financial statements, when we get those later on in the year, are we going to see that deficit? And the answer I got was, Raphael?
No. And if you look at this is what if you see the reserve is trending up, which is what we're saying. If you look at the figures, it grows gradually, not by a whole lot. It grows gradually, and the goal is to start building our reserves, surely but slowly, and to get it to a point where we are closer to the 25% that is required for best practice when it comes to reserve.
Now I have a question.
Sure.
Can you go back?
Sure.
So we will often have community members, even elected officials in the area who will say, well, you've got the money, right? That's what they see. And I'm not arguing, but here's my fear, okay? Because that's one side of the conversation, but the other side of the conversation is that budget up there is dependent, and you can correct me where I'm wrong, on us increasing the levy and also increase in EBF funding. Am I wrong?
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping at some point that we can show the public, like we have in the past, what the 5-year projections look like if a board comes up here and says, hey, they've got money, I'm going to hold that levy. Because we've done that historically, and then we went back to the public and asked them, listen, this didn't work, we got bad advice, we want to have options and everything else, and the public said no. And for those of us who were hitting houses, trying to help kids have options, what we ended up doing was sitting in an auditorium down there making cuts, and it wasn't fun, was it, my friend? It was terrible. And that's the part of the equation that some of the community doesn't get. And heck, I get beat up all the time about the fact that I tried to support that referendum. That's fine, I'll take the hits. But when people come in here, they need to realize that happened within the last decade. And so they need to see, Raphael, what it's going to look like if someone sits up here and says, I'm going to hold the levy. They need to see what's going to happen up here if EBF funding doesn't get increased and we say, we need your help. We want to keep all these options for these kids. I need you to put in some witness slips to help us so that people in Springfield understand what's going on. So that's the one piece of this that I need, because I have to be able to show the community, yeah, we have the money if, capital I, capital F.
Absolutely. If you remember, those are excellent points. When I started this presentation, I said it's based on assumptions. The unknowns, they are unknown. The only thing that we know for sure is how much we're going to get in this fiscal year, right? And the further you are away from this current fiscal year, the more speculative you get, right? And so we're depending on a lot of variables. To your point, we don't know what inflation is going to be at the end of this year. That's significant. Even if inflation is high enough, the board has to make the decision to tell me to levy up to what we're able to levy to. That's another thing. The other big part of that is how, if I get to the charts here, you will see it, is that the appropriation from the governor, which is what funds EBF, for the FY25 budget year, the governor introduced his budget message this month, earlier this month. And what he's proposing is that he's going to appropriate $350 million to fund EBF. And if that happens, we'll get the funding that we need. And I think for next year, not for fiscal year 25.
Right, well,
this year was done already. Right. FY25, that starts July 1st. Now, it's more likely than not that that will come true because of two things. We have a governor who's a Democrat. We have the Democrats who are supermajority in the legislature. So they tend to work in concert, right? So it's more likely than not. But those are very, very important points that you raise.
Well, in addition, in that speech that he gave, he warned they have no idea what they're going to do fiscal year 26.
That's the thing with projection, yes. And I said the same thing, too. When I started, I said it repeatedly. This is a projection. It's a snapshot in time. There's so many things going on that we don't know about. Perfect example, 2020. We started 2020, everything was rosy, right? February, we started hearing about COVID. By March, everything shut down. Most businesses shut down. If it weren't for ESSER and special appropriation from Congress, it would have been a different story. So we don't know what will happen.
If we could go back to the assumption slide. I think what...
the revenue?
I think what Jared's asking for is we put CPI 0 as one scenario, And then I
It's
think
highly
the other,
unlikely, though, that CPI will be zero.
No,
that's
it's
what
not.
he's asking.
But here's the thing. I
Is that
agree with you, but a
the
board
levy?
might come up here and tell you they don't want to levy CPI.
Okay.
So what I want
That's
is
the levy part.
right. So what I want is them to see what happens
Okay.
if someone comes up here and says that.
And then the other part was,
I'm not saying I want to go that route. I'm just saying I want to show
so
them.
we expect 112 million in fiscal year 25. I think what Jared's saying is that make it 113 million every year. Without
As
any
far
growth-
as,
without any growth.
are we
Without the
talking
4
about
million.
EBF?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think-
Without the 4
But
million.
Jared tends to like, and it's helpful. I'm gonna.
It
be
has
honest.
helped tremendously in this community.
It's,
has
it's
helped.
People get it now
basically-
when you go to the door.
Now, if we did that, everything would be red all around.
That's
what
what they
we
need to
want to
see.
see.
That's honestly what they
I'm
need
happy
to see.
do it.
They honestly
what-
need to
no
see it.
problem.
So it's you do with both of those
Yeah.
worst case scenarios.
Yeah, I'm happy
And
to
then
do it.
with one of those gone and then another. So basically you want, what is it?
I
4
want
projections?
3 scenarios.
Well, 4 projections.
Actually 4. You're right. I want one just how you have it. That's
Right.
the one I want.
And
This-
I'm imagining that's, if you just put zeros for those numbers.
No problem. It's a
Yeah.
macro.
Oh, it's
So
going to
the
be easy.
calculation is
Yep.
there. It's just
I
changing the
want
numbers.
this.
No
Like, I'm
problem.
happy to see this. But the second one I want is what happens if you get a board up here and says we're holding the levy steady for 5 years? That's the second thing I want. The third thing I want is what happens if the state throws up their hands and says, we don't know, you're on your own, we're not going to increase EBF. And then doomsday is the fourth one. What happens if both of those things happen? What happens if you get a board up here that says, we're going to hold it and EBF is done? I know what it's going to show you.
What I can tell you right off the top of my head is you'll be losing between 30 to 25% of your revenue right off the
Yes.
top.
So
So you will have to cut proportionately.
Yeah.
that
So when
much.
people say,
That's what we had to do.
so when people say you've got the money, they need to understand that that's contingent on an
Oh, absolutely.
increase in revenues, which
Absolutely.
comes from raising the levy
Yes.
or state taxes or state appropriations increasing.
Not all, and it's not just all.
Yes, I'm
Raising
sorry,
the
and
levy
yes.
and the state appropriating what the commitment calls for EBF. I'm happy to do that.
Because otherwise, get the lights out on the auditorium, and here we go. Because we're not expanding any of that.
Can I ask
I'm
one more
happy to do
I
question?
do want to make sure that we point out that, I do want to give credit here, because it is a relatively conservative.
When it comes to
This isn't a
revenue,
rosy picture either, the baseline here that he's presenting.
Agreed.
So,
Can I ask one more question on slide 7 before you go? Does this include the projections for the master facility plan? Because I know when we looked at it some years ago, for the 20 some odd buildings that we have, I mean, the preventative or scheduled maintenance would cost somewhere around, I don't know, $20-30 million per
no,
year.
we can't afford it.
But that's my point. My
We
point is
cannot- we
that's not
cannot, yeah.
included in this number.
No, it's
either.
not. It's
Okay.
not. What we're anticipating is being able to appropriate 1.7 mil.
But that's for 20-something
Contingent,
buildings.
yes. Contingent of how much revenue we
and
have
I'm
to
assuming
cover.
that's an increase.
Wait, increase over?
No.
1.7 million a year.
Is that enough?
Total.
No, of course not.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because it was like 6 million.
No,
total.
no, flat, a flat
That's what
amount.
I'm saying. Total.
Every year.
That's
Every
not
year.
included. That's why I'm asking
year.
because that if you took that 30 or 40 million and put it within this budget, that also would
Oh,
make
no.
this
We
look
would
different.
have an unbalanced.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Well, that's my point, but that's to the point of that he's also making with the projections that we have are great, but if, and again, I know that the worst case scenario won't happen, that all chillers, boilers, and everything would go down in 1 year, but all of our buildings are 20 plus years old right now. So the probability of things breaking down is higher, and so we have to also have funds to take care of our buildings so that our students can continue to learn.
So
in
we
good
have 5
environments.
scenarios you would like for me to do now.
Well,
I'm just trying.
Because the assumption slide, it says $1.7 million increase. I just want to make sure that
No, $1.7 million.
it should be just period.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, that changes, that
Yes.
word increased,
It changes everything.
it changes things.
Yes.
So, okay.
That's just what they put in.
Increase in fiscal year 2025. In just 1 year.
So that's $1.7 million increase in next year.
Yes,
And then
yes.
from there on out, it's,
from there on, I'm estimating 2.4 million
Okay, so.
from there. 2.4 million, as long as we have the revenue to be able to drive it. And as it looks, we put that 2.4 million, it still looks good with all the assumptions. We continue to levy based on CPI, we get at least $4 million addition every year in ABF.
Okay. So he's at about 2.4. Is what's built in after 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In 25, it's, this year's plus 1.7.
That's better than nothing
Right.
from last year.
Oh, we have to budget some money for our building.
course,
We can,
yeah.
Okay.
All
So
right.
you still want me to do the scenario with the 30 million? For,
No, I was really stating, if you want to see it.
I think you talked about one.
I just need the 4. I just need the 4
okay,
scenarios.
I can do the 4.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
No problem. So what this is here is just a graph of the revenue breakdown. And if you see, as I mentioned earlier, property tax is a big chunk of that. It's a really big chunk. And another big chunk of that, again, is EBF. I can't say enough about how much of a difference EBF has made in the financial trajectory of the district. So when people talk about how do we go from being so broke, to be blunt, to doing better, you can see that that's a lot of money. Yes, and it's helped us.
And not to beat a dead horse here, but we had these presentations have really done some serious education in the community, because we had a lot of people submit witness slips from the community this time when EBF came up, because it really did make an impact when people saw what it means when we're not getting that. So
it's great. And every opportunity I get to speak to legislators, I always remind them of how much of difference that EBF has made in our district, in our ability to be able to fund a lot of things.
We've been really connecting with a lot of legislators over the last year, and we thank them for their leadership.
So yeah, so that's the other. If you look at it, property taxes. If we follow CPI, 49%. Almost half of that is EBF now. Almost. Then the rest of it, as you see, I mean, they are significant, but not that big. If you look at the scheme of things, how much it contributes to our revenue source. And then this is our, as I always tell people, we're in the people business. So if you look at the salary and the benefits, it's 81% of our expenditures. And everything else pale in comparison to it. So when people say just cut the budget, what it comes down to, you cannot cut the budget if you don't lay people off. That's the only way you can reduce, because everything else is really not significant. Purchase services, and really there's not much in the way of flexibility in purchase services. That's where we pay for transportation, for example, the contracting of transportation, the bus leases, the light bill that the heating, those things that minimally keep the district going. You pay for that out of purchase services. So if you want to cut that, you're going to have some significant impact on how the district runs.
And when it says salaries, does that include like stipends?
Yes.
Of that nature?
Yes. Okay. Anything that is paid out of object 100. 100 is your regular salary. 132 is your stipend. Those rolled up into salaries. And something that we actually contemplating and budgeting for the first time this year, next year, I want to point out is termination benefits. In the past, we've never budgeted for that. But that is how you pay when people leave us. Let's say they retire or they leave us, we pay for the accumulated sick days, the accumulated vacation in there. In the past, currently, what we do, or in the past and currently with this year's budget, we pay for it out of salary. And that's really not the right place to pay for it. You need to budget specifically for termination benefits. And that's what that is. And for the next 5 years, we're projecting it'll be approximately $300,000 a year. questions and discussion. I think we have some great one along the way. So,
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good. Thank you.
thank you. So we plan to bring there was a memo included that pretty much is more detailed than the presentation. It's about 7 pages. We plan to bring the budget to the board in May and hopefully get it approved by June. And part of the budget process too is we'll be doing community presentations at 3 locations in the district. It'll probably be in Oswego, we'll probably do one in Aurora, and maybe another one in Montgomery or somewhere else, where we'll actually do a presentation. We go over the budget, we give folks in the community an opportunity to ask questions and just to engage with folks so they know what's in the budget.
And those presentations, and next time we see it, they'll have those 4 scenarios,
Absolutely.
correct? Thank you.
I can
appreciate
actually
that.
get it to you before then. I can have it to you by the next board meeting.
Perfect.
Just put it in there as an FYI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Almost there.
It's all right. Some big topics, though.
I mean, we want to give them time.
Great. Last but definitely not least, in terms of our consent agenda, I am really honored to
No.
present.
Oh, this is not the consent.
I'm sorry.
Information.
Oh, for information this evening. It is late, so thank you for your apology, forgiveness.
Correction.
All right, here we go. I want to invite Dr. Waller to speak to what I would say is a really important opportunity and really a trailblazing moment for our district, to speak to really our draft equity policy that we are bringing to the board for its review and engagement as we enter a really important part. When we think about change, we think about policy, people, and practice. Do we have the right policies in place to really support the vision that we have for shifts in how we support our schools? If we've been an equality model where everybody gets the same, if our 2 high schools get the same, if every single school gets the same, there's a function to that, right? So that's the practice. Those are then the practices. If we have everybody gets the same, then the result is going to be very similar, but unfortunately that doesn't make those same, doesn't necessarily address the needs. At home I've got 2 boys. If I gave them exactly the same, they would say, Dad, whatever, So there's a uniqueness to how we think about all that we're doing. And so I want to thank Dr. Waller. I'm going to invite her to share who's on the committee, and then also really this is really coming to the board for its engagement around this policy, because through this policy we can begin to shift how we fund, how we think about the supports that our schools get. For example, tonight in tonight's public comments, we heard some deep cries for concern, and so this is the foundation for how we change the outcomes we're seeing even today in terms of the frustration in our community. And so this is the beginning, and I want to really appreciate, again, Dr. Wall, for your leadership here.
Thank you. I'm super excited for this moment. So quickly, I just want to thank the members of the Equity Committee, Allie, Jeremy, Bailey, Anna Marie, Renita, Joe, Michelle, with 2 L's, Tony, Erin, Tammy, Kiana, Agnes, Toya, Dr. Kilgatti, Pete, Paul, Miriam, Dominique, Amy, Michelle, 1 L, Reagan, Steph, Kristen Paul, and all the other individuals who we've allowed us into their space to ask questions as we've developed this equity policy. I also want to thank everyone for accepting us as we went on our little tour of the different committees. We have a lot of amazing, passionate educators in our system, and so we're just excited about this opportunity to establish a foundation of equity and put this in writing. I know I've said this and shared this, but our commitments are an integral part of this policy. I don't know if we can slide down a little bit. You would see those are the starred ones down here. And then also the SD308 call to action. Again, this goes into the collaboration that we continue to talk about from what Mr. Jeremy Bell and Bailey Campbell shared. We know that these are words on paper, And we need this call to action to be able to drive the work of making sure that our students are rightfully present in spaces and safe psychologically in spaces. So we're excited about this opportunity. We look forward to bringing our success indicators draft to you all next to do another fun tour. As we know that all these things work in collaboration. If you look at these footnotes, you see we are talking about a span. We have over 17,000 students. We serve predominantly marginalized groups of students. And so we have to be able to create a space where they believe that that space is for them, that it's not a guest host space or mentality, but that they, again, like we said, are rightfully present inside and outside of the classroom. So, are there any questions? Did I miss anything?
Dr. Kincaid, can you share a little bit about the policy development process and how this aligns with that and what's happened, just so the board can be aware of that too?
Yep, so in terms of kind of the policy setting foundation, so as Dr. Waller mentioned, she has not only engaged the policy committee, but also the equity committee and many, many groups from across schools, across the district. So our policy really serves as a foundation from there. Then she has a team that is working on success indicators, which we will then parallel with some administrative procedures. So in conjunction with the policy, we'll look at some admin procedures. Mr. Bell and Mrs. Campbell talked earlier about the call to action, which will also partner with that from a operational lens. So it's really, this will be all encompassing for both our protocols, our procedures, and our direct workings with students, staff, and the community.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm excited about this because after the death of George Floyd, there were many school districts who were looking at the social injustices and their systemic inequities and how they were showing up in their school districts. And they were calling for school boards to bring forth like proclamations, policies, and how they wanted to go forward and what their stance was on equity. And our school district, we settled for our equity statements. And I use that word, I don't use that word lightly. It was a settling. And I'm proud that now we have this, so thank you for it.
Other questions, comments, feedback?
I just appreciate the call to action, because I think stopping short of a policy leaves it really up for interpretation for how these how they're implemented. And so I think it has another level of accountability by adding the call to actions, and I appreciate that.
Yes. Can I ask how those equity statements roll into the work?
I'm so glad you asked that. So we're really excited about having that collaboration, and actually I'm going to put Ms. Kamitas on the spot as well, but one way we are going to weave in and leverage really and lift, right? Because, you know, these are board approved September 27th of 2021, and they've been important statements and words, but we need traction and we need to lift that. And so the equity statements will live within the success indicators. So we're going to be tying those statements within to each of those indicators. And so I know we're not here to talk about the success indicators tonight, but just so you all know, the tour of like bringing all these different people in includes us looking at, Mastery Connect and the standards-based learning piece of that, as well as the behavioral, subjective nature that we see within Mastery Connect. We're looking at Gift and Ed from elementary, junior high, high school, and looking at representation in our processes and procedures. We're looking at student discipline. We're looking at LGBTQ. We've connected with HR, with multilingual department, with special education. So it's a lot of different pieces. And so those equity statements fit perfectly within those educator spaces. And so we're going to be creating a forward-facing platform so that those can be lifted within that work.
And I do want to, acknowledge that, like, that work took like a year to produce those equity statements, and a lot of people put in a lot of time, energy, and effort to make them happen. But what they did was they weren't embedded, and they weren't systemic in nature, and so they just were words on a piece of paper. And so I appreciate the fact that now they will live and breathe. Thank you.
Without those equity statements, we would not have an equity policy today.
Exactly. Right.
And those equity statements were the result of, I would say, a decade-long effort by members of a very diverse members of this community who really started a nucleus going back, I want to say, 2012, or when was that?
2011.
2011.
No, 14.
Individuals really saw the need and really, I would say, were trailblazers. And so there's some history there that I look forward to bringing back and making sure that history is unearthed for the community, because that's a really important frame that we have to recognize, which makes us really proud to be a part of SD308 when we think about the context within which that effort was spawned and developed. And so that's what brings us to today. And so I think that history cannot be lost, and that history has to live when we think about this policy. So, Ms. Comides, were you going to add anything? Did you want to add?
Oh, yeah. I think Dr. Waller pretty much filled in the blanks, but yes, as you mentioned, President Simulton, having been here at the same time when those were created, they kind of lived as a parallel and not as an integration. And so when we sat and looked through this policy and looked through the calls to action, it's no longer that its equity statements are here and what we're doing is over here. It's that the equity statements are driving down to the words that we're using, and we're talking about building banks of words even, so that literally not just what we do, but how we talk about what we do, and how people read about what we do, and everything is really inclusive of this, this lens. It's everything looks through the lens. It's not a separate picture like it was before. So we're really proud of that integration.
Yeah. And I would just, are you going to add something? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And thank you for recognizing the history of the work that the DEI committees and their effort. And because of all of the work that has been done since that time, the Midwest and Plains Equity Assistance Center, they're going to be showcasing our district and our work in the equity space at the, the American American Educational Research Association in Philadelphia in April, and I'll be part of that presentation.
Awesome.
So
that's cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Our district's doing a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's cool.
All right, so now we'll move on to action item 10.1, approval of bills for payment. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to authorize the payment of bills in the amount of $32,874,060.02 as presented.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Dr. Maria?
Aye.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.2, approval of cybersecurity testing. Can I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the agreement with Lars LLC to conduct cybersecurity penetration testing.
Second.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Ms. Medmet?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Dr. Mario?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.3, approval of new IHSA sport. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve adding lacrosse as a new high school sport in SD308.
Second.
I have a comment on this one.
Yeah.
Listen, if you bring something to me that's going to give students more options and more things, and you tell me we can afford it, I'm never going to say no. However, I do want to make sure that there's a couple of things said about this. One, I do think we need a process and a almost like a kind of a timeline with that process, just like we do with buildings, facilities, anything like this, right? I think we need the same thing. The other piece that I'll say is this, and, you know, sorry, but I'm going to give the history here, which is when I hear options and home values, those were the arguments we had when we failed with 2 referendums in this community. We went around door to door knocking relentlessly, trying to get people to support the school district, and we still got less than 20% of people to show up and vote. I take a beating for doing that. I publicly own it. I don't care, because I agree with everything that was said. We should have options for our students. And yes, the quality of our schools does affect our home values. Those arguments, they lost in the community twice. And what ends up happening is what I call the old American argument. You can win-win versus somebody has to lose in order to win. And what happened was we told people this is going to cause pain. And pain can be seen in a band here that doesn't have a shell still. Pain can be seen out on the fields that aren't really well kept for our teams and our marching bands. Pain can be felt when it comes to math interventionists that are needed. Pain can be felt from what we heard from the school with what I call the best mascot in the district, the Bobcats from Boulder Hill. These are all residual effects of that pain. And I say this because if somebody comes up here and fools with our revenue, if we ever get into a situation like we were, where we needed those funds for options and to help people's home values, if it's just about my group of kids, it's not going to work. People are going to lose. So you have to be willing to advocate. When you say you want options and you want to help home values, you have to be able to advocate for the kids that may not be directly your kids. I show up, I love robotics. I've never had a kid in robotics, right? We're all passionate about some of these things. We have to understand that as a community. So when we add something, that's why I say there needs to be a process, but when we add something, I don't think it's unfair to ask for the commitment the other way, which is we got band kids in need. We got fields in disarray. We've got problems in schools that we need to address. Those are our kids. And we have to remember that.
I appreciate the comment and the question and the call for, and that's exactly why this board invested this year in what we call the curriculum organizational audit. Because it's not enough to have this one moment of success for one important sport tonight, right? And we want to celebrate that. But the purpose of that audit that the board approved and really was visionary in doing is really increasing the capacity of our team to do a field study to make sure that we are understanding the breadth of where those priorities are going to lie. Just like we would do in terms of a building process or our master facility planning process, we have to do the same thing. Now, our team, through the 8 priorities, has identified a variety of needs and is beginning to work. We're not going to wait for that audit because we have responsibility today. So I want to say that. The second thing I want to do is I want to invite Heather, Dr. Kincaid and Mr. Artson to speak a little bit to the process, because we brought those two together in this process with the lacrosse. This was a field testing right, to then get feedback about what the process looked like, in addition to bringing lacrosse this evening. So I think if you could speak a little bit, Dan, to the process in terms of a timeline to make sure that we are not overlooking that important factor, and then also to seek further feedback from the board around what that process can look like in the future. We want to make sure that that gets resurfaced.
So as I look here at the memo and the process that was outlined, there were 15
I don't know if his mic
steps
is on.
that process.
Is your mic, is it on?
One time to time.
I know it's late, Dan. Thank you so much.
No.
That green light. There we go.
There you go.
All
Two
right.
mics.
So as we look at the process, there was a process that we did follow with this, and it's a 15-step process. The final step in that process is board approval. As we go through this, the step one being assessment of interest, going with the student survey and interest throughout the community even, is there an interest to add these sports? And as we go through, look at facilities planning and look at the budgetary analysis, can we feasibly handle these sports? And I'm not going to talk through each and every one of these because you do have the memos to look at these yourselves. But I will say the process that we did lay out was pretty much all inclusive of everything that we need to add or need to review within those steps. The timeline being one of them, one of the things we had indicated in that is that from time to time, it's not that we would speed through any of these, but if we're doing something like lacrosse, for example, that was approved many years ago by the IHSA, we do have local club teams and organizations that are currently practicing in that too. That would be something that we could, and we have here in step one, in cases where the IHSA has already adopted a sport into a state series, the process can be reviewed if the majority of our resources are needed for the sport are already in place. And that's kind of what we have done here with lacrosse. For example, it's already there.
Yeah. So really, it's about
real
what
quick,
I'm hearing
though.
also is it's about a holistic picture. What I'm hearing from you, just to be clear, is really it's about a holistic picture that centers equity versus maybe I'm misunderstanding.
No, what I have no doubt that you did a process, and
Okay.
All that.
Sure.
My issue is we'll see a building facility plan, right? So I want to know, hey, what sports are on stage one? What
Sure.
sports are in stage 10? I have no doubts. You bring it to me. It's not me questioning your faith. It's me saying, hey, maybe we need to see more of that in a transparent lens.
Sure.
So that we have it. I'm not saying I need to go till midnight on a
Sure.
presentation on it, but I think that's what I'm talking
But
about.
I think also, go.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Go.
No,
Jean.
go ahead, Dr. Kincaid. Please.
So as Dan's mentioned earlier too, there are other sports kind of in that pipeline, not only through the IHSA, but also through discussions within the district. So we can definitely make sure, similar to a curriculum review, that there is a stage process with communication about what's potentially entering the process and where it is in the process.
And what triggers it to enter the process? Is it?
There's an emerging sports through the IHSA, and I can't remember the exact percentile off the top of my head at 11, 12 at night right now, but there is a percentile that the IHSA says this stays in the emerging sports list until enough of our constituents basically say, yep, we're running something right now. Then it goes to the IHSA board to say, are we going to have a state series with this? And then the IHSA votes on it from there.
But so, am I hearing you to say that if we're going to look to add new sports, we should make sure that the ones that we have are also supported, and that we restore those that were taken away or they were cut back on because of the cuts that were had? Is that?
That's an excellent point, but I'll also add this, as board members, what if someone comes to us and somebody comes and says, hey, why don't we have girls flag football, right? Now, if I know where it's at in the process, I could say, well, we're at stage 10. We just need this, that, and the other, and these are the things that we need. That way, we're able to have a better conversation with the community about what our needs are. Maybe it's about facilities. Hey, we're stuck. We don't have enough. We don't have the facilities. Or maybe it's, I don't know. And I know it's not this, but there's not enough teams in the conference. Whatever it is, it gives us the ability to have that conversation with the community and be more transparent with them as well.
Yeah, sure.
I want to just close out, I know, as we move to the vote, which is to say that I know that there's just, I want to just appreciate those who have rallied for the lacrosse because of its commitment, not just to lacrosse, but overall the sense of entrepreneurship, of lifting up our community and engaging in looking at the best in our community and rallying people together. I think it's a great model for all the other sports and endeavors, period, that we, when we work together, when we find mutuality around opportunities that can invest and support our students, we're going to be better for it. And at 12 o'clock at night, I have to say, I just have to close out with that, and just to underscore that I think that this is a great example, that effort, and I want to thank Dan and the team, Mr. Howard and Tony Millard, and all the families who rallied to support this tonight. We saw a great show of that tonight, and really kudos to their leadership as well.
This is going to be a silly plug for all the lacrosse families that are watching today. Do the 5E essential survey.
Yes.
Okay.
Touche. Okay. Nobody's. Hopefully the students are asleep. All right.
Let's vote.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.4, approval of activity bus trust lease to purchase agreement. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve a 5-year lease to purchase for 8 buses for a total of $1,147,230.90, payable in yearly installments.
Second.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.5, approval of Fox Chase roof replacement. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to award the contract for the Fox Chase roof replacement to J.L. Adler Roofing and Sheet Metal Incorporated in the amount of $715,070.
Second.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.6, action on the 2023-24-2 student disciplinary case. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to expel student 2023-24-2 per the written findings and decisions as presented and discussed in closed session.
Second.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.7, action on uniform grievance M-D. Can I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to authorize President Simulton to prepare a written decision affirming Dr. Kelgadi's decision with respect to Mr. Maya's pending grievance against Mr. DeArmond.
Second.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Action item 10.8, approval of personnel report. Can I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Mr. Gatewood?
Aye.
Dr. Murillo?
Aye.
Ms. Venman?
Aye.
Mr. Ploger?
Aye.
Ms. Simulton?
Aye.
Mr. Cerrone?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.